Welcome to the fourth hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 5, Justice and Communities, for the Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name's Sue Higginson and I'm the Acting Chair of the committee for today. I welcome Minister Harrison and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for portfolio of women seniors and the prevention of domestic violence and sexual assault. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I will also remind you, Mr Tipple, Ms Campbell and Ms Mackenzie, that you have already been sworn before this committee during the inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And please, let's begin with the first witness to my left, Ms Smith.
Tanya Smythe, Director of Women New South Wales in the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms Smythe. I apologise about this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hannah Tonkin, Women's Safety Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, Gillian White. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Social Policy and Intergovernmental Relations at the Cabinet Office. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. And we will now begin with questions from the opposition.
Good morning, Minister. Who's the Premier's New South Wales Woman of Excellence for 2024?
Thank you, Ms Carter. And firstly, I'd like to acknowledge country as well. The Woman of Excellence for 2024 is Jess Hill.
Right, thank you. And can you tell us the priority areas in the New South Wales Women's Strategy?
They are economic empowerment, they are health, participation and empowerment.
Great, thank you. And they've informed the preparation of the gender equality statement in the budget, I believe?
They have.
Yes, and you were involved in the preparation of the gender equality statement as Minister for Women?
I was. The Treasurer's Office and I were involved in my office, yep.
Great. And what's the leading cause of death for women in New South Wales? That would be dementia, Minister.
Right.
And it's interesting because when we look at the section for health and wellbeing, it has nothing at all to do with dementia, which is the leading cause of death for women in New South Wales. And I'm wondering why that's not reflected in the gender equality statement with the focus on health and wellbeing.
The gender equality statement is really aimed at identifying the key issues that the government is working on during this budget to deal with gender inequality.
Key cause of death for women, not important?
Certainly is important. That's probably a question for the Minister for Health, though. Unfortunately, we can't cover everything that relates to women in the gender equality statement. They're the key issues that the government is focusing on, though, and that we think that the community certainly would be wanting to hear about.
No, I understand, and I notice under health and wellbeing at page 43 that you point to an allocation made for disaster response legal service. Do women have particular and unique legal issues following disasters?
Women certainly have unique needs during disasters. They are more likely to be affected in disasters due to the roles that they play. And
in what way are women uniquely affected by disasters in ways that men are not?
Women are disproportionately affected during disasters because of the role they play within their families. And
sorry, could you explain that a bit more?
Well, quite often, women are the primary caregiver, and therefore, when disasters occur, they are required to pull the family together more.
And that gives rise to unique legal needs, which is why it's in the gender equality statement?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just wondering the selection of priorities and whether they're uniquely to do with women. But thank you very much for that, Minister. Perhaps we can turn to...
Can I just clarify? The issues in here that are identified as relating to women are not necessarily uniquely relating to women, but they are certainly issues of importance to women and, to a certain extent, more important to women.
So the programs identified there would be available to anybody, but women may also access those programs?
Programs within the budget equality statement are not necessarily available to everybody, to men and to people of all genders. Okay. However, they may be.
The disaster response legal service, is that unavailable to men?
I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay.
I don't think so, but I'll need to take that on notice.
Thank you. And the money given to the Strata and Property Services Commissioner to support the growing number of renters, is that also unavailable to men?
No, it's not unavailable to men.
Okay. But it's in the gender equality statement?
It is.
Thank you very much.
There's a lot of things in the gender equality statement.
Thank you. If we can turn to staying home, leaving violence. Minister, on the 6th of June, you told the House that in relation to staying home, leaving violence, and specifically to the tragic circumstances to do with Ms Molly Ticehurst, that, quote, the Cabinet Office has been tasked with undertaking a review of all interactions Molly Ticehurst had with the New South Wales government agencies and domestic violence services in the lead up to her death. Has that review been completed?
It has been.
And have you seen the review, Minister?
I have seen it.
And what changes have been made to the Staying Home Leaving Violence program as a result of that review?
Prior to receiving the report in relation to the review, we made a commitment to expand Staying Home Leaving Violence right across the state, so that where there are gaps, victims of domestic and family violence will be able to access Staying Home Leaving Violence. So that was part of the additional $48 million that the government committed in the emergency package in May and was locked in the budget.
And you said that was made prior to receiving the review. What changes are implemented as a consequence of the review?
I can't go into the details of what is in the review. What I can tell you is that the government made significant, as you know, significant commitment into investment into domestic and family violence, $245 million, as a not as a result, but because we know that there needs to be further investment in domestic and family violence. There is rightly national focus on domestic and family violence right across the country now, and certainly that initial package of $245 million was part of our approach to dealing with the scourge of domestic and family violence.
I appreciate the general system statements that you've made, but specifically in relation to the review, it's very clear that Molly Ticehurst was failed. What is going to change as a result of her death so that the system will not fail another Molly?
Well, I can't go into the detail of the Cabinet Office review.
Minister,
I know
I'm asking
also
you for the
that there
fruits
will
of
be.
that.
I know that there will be a coronial inquest, and that the death of Molly Ticehurst, which is tragic and affected, I'm sure, affected everybody in one way or another, and especially Molly's family. The death of Molly Ticehurst is subject to criminal investigation and charges. I don't want to say or
Minister,
do
I
anything
understand all that. I'm asking.
to put that at threat.
There was a review, there was a problem, the problem was identified, there was a review. Will the review change anything?
I can't go into the details of what was in the review, so I can't tell
Minister,
you
with respect,
whether
I'm not asking
it will
that. I'm asking
change.
for the fruits of the review.
Yeah,
How will
and by
women be
asking for the
safer
fruits of the
because
review, you're
that?
asking for what the content of the review said, and I cannot go into what the review said. I cannot prejudice a criminal investigation and a criminal case, and I will certainly not prejudice that. I will not prejudice coronial investigation, and I won't prejudice domestic violence death review team investigation. We have taken the review into account. We have certainly made, prior to the review, significant increase to domestic and family violence expenditure and supports for people who are experiencing domestic and family violence. And I make absolutely no apologies for the government taking action at the time that it did in relation to increased investment.
So with respect to that increased investment, Minister, of the $48 million that was announced on the 8th of May to roll out staying home, leaving violence statewide and to expand the integrated domestic and family violence service, how much of that money will be allocated to staying home, leaving violence?
I think there's about $48 million is being invested into staying home, leaving violence and the integrated domestic and family violence service.
Yes, that's what I said. How much of that goes to staying home, leaving violence as opposed to the integrated domestic family violence service?
Yeah, I've got it here. It's about 30.
Do you need to take that on notice, Minister?
No, I just need to add up these figures because I've got it over 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
I will take that on notice though, because I've got the figures combined with integrated domestic and family violence service.
Okay.
I think it's about half.
Okay, if it's possible to provide that later today, I'd be
Yeah.
very grateful.
I just want to go. Can I just go back to the changes that have been made since the review?
I'm a little confused because a moment ago you said you couldn't possibly tell me about the changes. Now you want to tell me about the changes?
Well, I want to point out that we've made significant changes to the Bail Act.
Mm-hmm. And that was as a result of that review?
That was undertaken at the same time as the review.
So contemporaneous with the review but not resulting from the review. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well,
thank you. No, that's very clear. That's very clear. Thank you, Minister. On the 27th of June, you said the Department of Communities and Justice has commenced analysis to support the expansion of staying home leaving violence, including identifying demographic need and availability of specialist domestic and family violence and general services. Given that the Department of Communities and Justice took 11 months to analyse where the additional Commonwealth-funded domestic violence workers should be placed, have you given that department a deadline for providing you with this analysis? And if so, what is that deadline?
That analysis has been done. And we will have the first part of staying home leaving, but okay, that's new workers. You after the new workers figures?
I'm asking when the first step was to be the analysis. I'm asking when that was done, and then when, if it's been done, when will women in LGAs where there is no current access to staying home leaving violence actually start to see benefit from that new money that was announced in May?
I think the first round will be in October.
You think or you know?
October, November. Yep. The first round will be in November.
First, 30th?
It will open in October.
It'll open in October.
The
so
tender.
Is it October or is it November?
It's October.
October, which date?
The October. The tenders will be opening in October. I can't give you an exact
So you don't
date
know
right
yet
now.
when the tenders will open?
The tenders will open in October.
And with a expectation that they will be filled and workers will be in the field when?
By mid-2025.
So women
That's the
should
whole lot.
start
Yeah.
to see a benefit from the 8th of May money by June 2025.
No.
13 months
There
from the
will s-
announcement.
So I think there's two tranches to the staying home leaving violence expansions.
And the first tranche
and the
will be
first tra-
available when?
The first tranche should be available within a couple of months after October. We'll have the closing of tenders, and then there'll be recruiting.
So the tenders open, date to be specified in October, and they will close when?
They close in November.
They'll close in November,
Yeah.
and they will be decided and workers will be in the field when?
Okay. So I've got the actual details here. Additional 14 LGAs will be negotiated through contract variations with existing staying home leaving violence providers. And it's expected that these additional workers staying home leaving violence, these services will be operational by November 2024. On top of that...
So that's not the tender process. This is a separate process.
So
yes?
these are contract variations with existing staying home leaving violence
and you're
providers
confident
for
that
expansions.
those services have enough workers in place to accommodate the extra work you're asking of them?
Part of the reason that there's been a bit of time taken in the rollout is to identify with providers that they are likely to be able to get workers on the ground quickly. So, and then on top of those 14 LGAs, there will be 12 new staying home leaving violence services covering 24 local government areas, and that will be through the tender process from October. And we expect that those services will become operational by mid-2025. So by mid-2025, we expect that all local government areas in New South Wales will have a staying home leaving violence service.
Could you provide on notice, Minister, the 12 LGAs where the contract variations will occur and the 24 LGAs where there will be new services rolled out by the middle of next year?
The 14 LGAs.
Sorry, 14, thank you.
Where the contract variations
Yeah,
are
if you
occurring.
could just
and the
provide those
24
on notice.
LGAs, yes, we can
That would be
provide
great.
that on
Thank you
notice.
very much.
Yeah.
Minister, on the 8th of June 2023, you signed the National Partnership Agreement with the Commonwealth, providing funding for 148.4 new domestic violence workers, 118 of whom were to be in place before 24-25. How many of these new workers are, as of today, in place and actually working?
As of today, sorry, I've got it as of yesterday,
As of yesterday will be fine.
there are 57 workers on the ground.
Okay, so on the 9th of September, you answered a question on notice and said that there were 35.8 FTE in place. So they've jumped from 35.8 to 57 in a day?
Sorry, did you say on the 9th
There was a
of
question on
September?
notice, it was an answer to a question on notice received on the 9th of September, which said that you had 35.8 FTE in place across New South Wales. And then you're saying as of the 10th of September, there were 57 workers in place. Is that correct?
So the numbers are coming in very, very quickly, and I can go through that with you.
I know, I'm just checking that you jumped 21.2 FTE in a day.
Well,
It's great news, if that's true.
we wouldn't have jumped 21 workers in a day, but I can go through with you the speed at which that they're coming in.
And so the remainder, so that's 118 minus 57, that's roughly, they roughly have to double, a bit over double. Will that number of workers, are you confident, will that double by the end of September?
I expect that we will be very, very close to filling those 118 positions because...
What's the contractual requirement? Very close or filled?
Well, obviously, we're not going to push services to have recruitment done by a certain date, otherwise invalidate their contracts and then having to go right back to square one and trying to negotiate new contracts.
Isn't there
we
some
are in the
urgency
process
about getting domestic violence workers in the field?
Absolutely, and I can go through. I can go through with you. So right at the this is as at the 3rd of September, because I haven't got the detail of this particular part any more recently, but as at the 3rd of September, we had 35.8 FTE recruited on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
As far as recruitment stages,
as at the 10th, in 7 days you put on 22, is that right?
As far as recruitment stages go, and this goes to the question that you just asked, 31.4 of 31.4 positions were finalising recruitment, 36 positions were at interview stage, and 14.8 positions recruitment was underway. So the reason those figures are progressing so quickly is because of that pipeline that is currently in place.
And Minister, why did it take 11 months from June 2023 to May 2024 before tenders were issued in relation to these workers?
Yeah. I can give you those figures as at the 10th of September.
No, I'm asking you why it took 11 months before tenders were issued in relation to these workers. Is there no urgency?
There is absolutely urgency, and we're complying with everything that we are required to do by the government. I'm quite happy to take you through the timeline of the NPA and how we've got to where we are, if you'd like.
Well, it's the discretion of the chair because my time has expired, so perhaps we might...
Yeah, perhaps we can come back to that. Thank you, Minister. Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister, and to all of the long-suffering officials who have been, many of you have been at a number of these estimates already. Just as a bit of context, I think as a crossbencher I have some awareness of the longer term when it comes to the workforce issue, and I sat here for a very long time when the opposition were government, trying to get them to improve the workforce strategy for frontline domestic violence workers. And I know that there was concerns raised by the sector for a very long time that if we didn't do something to improve workforce conditions, we were going to end up with not having enough people to hire when we did have money to hire them. That seems to be the position we are now in. Is that your understanding, Minister?
I think I am quite comfortable with the way that we're recruiting for the the additional workers for the MPA. There is an ongoing issue with workforce, of course, as there is with huge numbers of parts of industry right across New South Wales, but particularly in the caring industries. And it is something that I have conversations with stakeholders, including Domestic Violence New South Wales, with on an ongoing basis. As you know, we're in the process of developing the workforce strategy. I might ask.
Can I just before we do that,
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, it does seem like you inherited a huge amount of this problem. Do you think, given what's been happening in terms of the national conversation around employing these workers, do you think that we are going to meet the targets? I understand already we're sort of behind what we thought we would be. How bad is the issue? And does the government need to do something a bit more extreme to try and attract workers back into this sector?
Yeah, so the progress report that we've given that we gave the federal government in relation to the recruitment of workers, which was dated the April this year, indicates that we've indicated that we're going to have positions filled by the 118 by the end of this year. I believe we're on track to do that, and I believe that certainly we'll be on track to fill the remainder by the end of this financial year, which is what the agreement requires.
So when will the workforce development plan be released?
Yeah, so it's currently being, it will be out. We expect it will be so there'll be approvals process in October this year, and then it'll be public after that, obviously.
So why is
So
it
the
delayed,
approval
I
process
guess?
requires the Domestic Violence Board and then ministerial approval.
I guess, yeah, I mean, it's been almost 18 months now. It has been 18 months that Labor's been in government, and as I say, I appreciate the mess that was inherited, but why the delay on something as important as this?
I suppose there's been a huge focus on needing to get increased investment out, and so there's had to be some diversion of resources in relation to that, but I might ask Ms Campbell.
I'm happy
Am I
to.
right?
I'm not sure it's going to necessarily answer your question, but the survey closed on the 20th of November 2023, so it's not that long ago, and we had
It's
about
almost a year.
2,500 survey responses. We've received, obviously, the draft survey finding reports were provided to us in December 2023 and are currently being reviewed and finalised. Members of the Aboriginal reference group for the survey have provided feedback, so we are seeking feedback from particular key stakeholders, and we're expecting, as the Minister said, to have a final report in October of this year.
It shocks me that we're already in September, but that is actually quite a long time since the survey was done, but also in the context of a sector that is incredibly mobilised and expert when it comes to giving advice to government. We know that they have been letting government know for a long time what they need to do to increase the quality and longevity of the workforce in this area. Minister, do you think it's good that it's taken that long? I don't understand. Was it just a lack of focus and priority on that aspect, or I've never been in government, so I don't know how it works, but how does something like that take so long?
I think, consultation takes a long time.
Does it though?
It can take a long time, but also, particularly in this space, there has been a need to ensure that when we get additional resources, which we've got, to the tune of $245 million, that we actually work with the sector to ensure that we're implementing that money in the best possible way. So we have been, we've been working with the sector on the priorities that we have, and I'm sure that while the workforce strategy remains a priority, they're really pleased that we've been able to work with them in getting this investment committed to, getting it identified in the right places, in the areas of most need and unmet need.
So, one of the key issues that was identified by stakeholders and by the sector, not just in domestic and family violence, but in a lot of the community and caring sectors before the election, was in relation to the duration of contracts and funding being given to frontline services in particular. I know that was being reviewed. Have we got to the point where we're actually offering people 5-year and 10-year funding contracts? Because that's one of the main reasons people were leaving, because the doors were almost closing constantly. Has that come through?
So in some cases we do currently have five-year contracts in the domestic family violence area. That piece of work is obviously a wider piece of work right across government.
Yeah.
And that is still ongoing, being led by, I believe, Minister Washington.
Yeah.
But we are certainly, that's one of the reasons for the national partnership agreement, for the new national partnership agreement, and in national cabinet we were so strong on wanting to have a long-term national partnership agreement, a five-year.
Sure, they go hand in hand. I mean, doesn't matter how much funding you've got if you can't deploy the funding because there's no one to hire. So, again, I feel like a lot of this, just so you understand sort of where I'm coming from, Minister, a lot of this is it's feeling like work is being done but not to the extent required or as quickly. And I guess it's, we all acknowledge that the domestic and family violence crisis is here and present and needs to be dealt with, but it feels a little like, I'm sort of sitting in my lounge room and my child comes in and tells me there's an imminent danger outside, and I say, yeah, I'll be on it in a minute, and then I start playing with my phone. If it's an emergency, I would leap up and do everything I could. But instead we're having, review after review and delay after delay. I guess at what point do we see the government begin to act with the urgency required on these sorts of issues?
I think characterising it as having review after review and delay after delay is unfair. We've seen a major investment, a major increase in financial investment in domestic and family violence.
Not in frontline workers.
It is in frontline workers, staying home leaving violence, caseworkers, the specialist children's workers are caseworkers. Women's Domestic Violence Court Advocacy Service provides casework for complex cases. I'm not going to criticise the investment in WDV-CAS. I think that's fantastic. But how many of you say that the other money is for workforce? Staying home leaving violence money,
right. Yep. For
is not brokerage,
not
it is caseworkers.
Yep.
Well,
so how many
is a combination.
of them have been employed? How many? Has that money been deployed? And is it now? Are there more people servicing staying home leaving violence?
We are. So as you know, the budget was brought down in June. There's been work done to work out where we can expand existing staying home leaving violence services into areas that aren't covered.
But you're not increasing the amount. So although we've increased the coverage of staying home leaving violence, we haven't increased the amount given per location, have we?
Yes.
We have?
Well, it'll be a combination.
Okay. How much is each service increasing by?
I can't give you the detail of that.
Because that's not the feedback that we're getting.
Okay, so the purpose of the $48 million was predominantly to expand into new areas.
Yep.
And there may well be uplifts of existing where they are likely to result in better results for adjoining
Yeah,
areas.
because we asked about this in debate on the budget when it first came up, and the answer I got was that we didn't have an uplift in areas, but if we do, I'd love to hear about it.
Yes, we definitely have. So, as the Minister said, for the additional 14 LGAs, we're varying their contracts to cover other LGAs, and that
Yep.
includes additional staffing. But I can get some more detail.
Okay, but is there any where we have an existing service that's doing staying home living violence work and their money has been increased for
Yes.
the area that they currently
No.
service?
No, new locations.
Exactly. So given that the review into staying home living violence identified all of the different areas that needed to be improved, and given that workers are telling us they're already overworked and unable to do that work properly, why is there no additional funding being given to those people so that they can do the staying home living violence work better in their existing area?
We've got additional investment with caseworkers for women domestic violence court advocacy service.
Okay, but that's not
To
staying
do-
home living violence.
No, but it's frontline workers for WDV
Okay,
CAS.
it's a
And
very
we've got
particular
the-
part, but what about the people who are dealing with women in crisis at that moment? The Staying Home Living Violence program shows great promise if it's funded properly. What we're hearing is it's not being funded properly, and I appreciate there's a review into what happened with Molly Ticehurst, but why is there no additional funding being given to existing services? And we're seeing that across the board. And that's what, when Domestic Violence New South Wales say, why, they've been asking for ages for an uplift in core funding for frontline workers. They've just said we need at least 50% more. They were disappointed at the last budget. Why have we got it's always new funding for new programs and expanding things. Why aren't we funding, given we're trying to retain our workforce, why aren't we giving more money to existing services?
Well, that is why we've provided additional money to staying home leaving violence across the state.
But
and
you
why
haven't.
Why
You've
we're funding.
expanded the service. You have not increased the funding for existing services for staying home living violence.
And to be honest, I think it would be better if we've got additional investment as a first step, which is what that announcement was, to invest in areas where there are no services.
Okay, but we want it done
And then-
properly.
And I said as a first step, and we said with that emergency announcement back in May that was committed in the budget in
Yeah.
June, that was a first step.
Do you think
And we need to fill the gaps.
Yeah. Seeing what has happened since Victoria put a significant investment in to dealing with the domestic and family violence crisis, and seeing, it's a crude number, but seeing the number of women being killed every week coming down in Victoria, seeing the number of domestic family violence incidents coming down in Victoria, do you think it's appropriate that New South Wales is still only funding this problem to a half to a third of what Victoria is?
I think the fact that, well, the Premier has said that, we do not invest as other states do,
No, you
particularly
certainly don't.
Victoria and Queensland.
Yeah.
Their rates, I don't think their rates are going down, but they are not going up in the way that ours are.
No,
And
they are going down, by the way.
And the Premier has clearly said that we need to do better, and that's exactly what we intend on doing.
But we don't want words. We want some money. Like, this is...
So there's $245 million additional in the budget this year.
I'm really glad we could get that, but there was still none for frontline services. So again, it brings us back to the workforce issue. If we're trying to... you're sitting there telling us that what we're trying to do is to secure this money under the National Partnership Agreement so we can hire more workers, and we're behind on hiring these workers, but we're going to do it. How can we do that when we have a workforce that is so overworked and under-resourced already, that has been crying out for an increase in core funding for frontline services, and your government keeps refusing to give it? How is that appropriate?
We are working to increase the investment that we have in domestic and family violence. There are lots of things that this government inherited that we need to, that will take time.
I appreciate that,
to
but
bring.
do you think
to
it's
bring
being
to
honest to
fruition.
then say, well, yes, but we're doing all of these things? We're not, and
I think we need to
I'm not saying you're
recognise-
not being honest, but I'm saying the government as a whole is telling us on the one hand, we've inherited these problems, we know it's an issue, we give you our word, this is a big commitment. But then when we look at the actual money expended, it's not what's required, even a smidgen of what's required. Is it the case that your government is much happier to give money to new projects and new services than it is to actually fund existing services that impact on the bottom line in the budget?
I think that's not a correct characterisation of what the government's intention is to do. And can I say as well, in pulling together the emergency package, the government consulted, prior to announcing it, the government consulted with Domestic Violence New South Wales, consulted with Note of Violence.
What does consulted mean in that context, though? Does that mean listening to the feedback and adapting and changing? Or does it just mean we spoke with them beforehand? Because with respect, a lot of the ministers that I've spoken to, when they say consulted, just means they talked to them about it beforehand. Didn't mean they actually took on their views, but it's used, this kind of consulted with, as though it means paid attention to the views of.
So we said, this is the span of the package that we're looking at doing. This is the funding envelope that we've got. This is the span of the services that we're proposing to invest in. Does that look right to you? And the feedback was yes.
Right. They didn't say,
can we
could
do
we
more?
have some more frontline?
Yeah, we can always do, but
they didn't ask for more base funding?
It was in that funding envelope that we were talking about. So
did they ask for more baseline funding?
I think Domestic Violence New South Wales will always ask for more baseline funding.
Because they know that that is critical to keeping a workforce that you are then able to deploy and to get more people in order to then spend the money coming from the NPA. Which brings us right back to the beginning. How can we be encouraging a strong, resilient workforce in this sector if we continue to underfund core services? These people are so overworked, they're exhausted, they're turning people away, they've got people sleeping on their porches, they've got people sleeping in nearby car parks that they're trying to service, and they just need an uplift in funding. And I appreciate that you have inherited a lot of this problem, but you've been in now for 18 months and we still don't have an uplift in that core funding. Is that acceptable, Minister?
Well, there is an uplift in the core funding. It
Not
is
for existing services. Only
by
for
expanding services, there will be some relief to existing services, and that'll be through increased staying home, leaving violence caseworkers.
But you're increasing the amount of work they have to do as well. You're saying for staying home, leaving violence, you're saying you now have to service a broader area. So we'll give you extra money to do that extra bit of work, but we're still not giving you the money you need to do the work you were already doing at a level that allows you to have respite, allows you to go and have training, allows you to actually think that you're making a difference. These people are so, I'm sure you've spoken with them.
Well, that is exactly what we did with WD CAS, because they...
Okay, and I've appreciated that WD CAS, as you know, is a separate part of the front line, and I appreciate what's been done there, and I think it's great. But I'm talking about the other frontline workers who are having to turn people away, who are working, 15, 16-hour days every day, who cannot take a break because there's no one to cover for them. Those people haven't had an uplift in their base funding. Do you appreciate how stressful that is for people and why people don't want to then come into this workforce?
I think the work that the people within the domestic and family violence sector do is absolutely incredible. And I know that sounds just like just words, but it's truly heartfelt. I am very keen to see increased funding across the board in domestic and family violence now and into the future, and I completely intend on continuing to push for increased funding. And I think we've heard from the Treasurer and we've heard from the Premier that the emergency package was the first step.
Thank you very much. Minister, it's been reported that multiple women's shelters across the state have been deemed ineligible to apply for Commonwealth funding to receive new domestic violence workers as, and I quote, priority has been given to Aboriginal controlled organisations. Are you aware of this issue?
I am aware that with the National Partnership Agreement there were requirements put on the state, and I'm also aware that the Productivity Commission clearly said that, I'm also aware that that Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people are absolutely disproportionately affected by domestic and family violence. And I'm aware that the Productivity Commission has also said that the best way to get good outcomes for Aboriginal people is by supporting Aboriginal community-controlled organisations.
Can you point to the actual provision within the funding agreement that precludes some organisations from applying?
Off the top of my head, no, I can't.
Could you take that on notice and provide a copy of that from the agreement?
Well, I think you've probably already got a copy of the agreement, but yep, I can take that on notice, not a problem.
Thank you. Minister, given that in New South Wales, and it was, you pointed out this morning, 57 full-time positions out of 118 committed, will you intervene to ensure that tendering criteria for these roles does not unnecessarily burden the rollout of essential positions?
I don't need to intervene because that recruitment is occurring rapidly, and I'm very comfortable with the speed at which it's occurring.
Minister, we all agree that building the capacity of ACOs is very important, but are you concerned that shifting funding exclusively to ACOs will lead to a reduction in accessibility and quality of services to remote communities, particularly where areas are lacking alternative service providers?
If there are... Look, what we want to do is we want to provide opportunities to our Aboriginal community-controlled organisations and provide uplift to them so that they can support Aboriginal people. Where that is not possible, we will certainly be negotiating and wanting to hear from organisations that are not ACOs. In fact, we have been doing exactly that through this process.
So just on supporting ACOs, can you outline what have you put in place to actually empower ACOs?
There's been significant support given to Domestic Violence New South Wales to create uplift in ACOs through the core and cluster process. So that's the one that jumps
DV
to my
New South
mind.
Wales to do it? It's not your job to empower and support ACOs?
We are funding Domestic Violence New South Wales through contracts to support Aboriginal community-controlled organisations in uplift.
And since you've been Minister, how many new ACOs have been supported through this funding?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Minister, you said that you are aware of some organisations that have been disadvantaged in being able to apply. I wanted to refer to Catholic Care, which has precluded them from applying for funding to expand into a number of geographical areas, and that's Catholic Care Wilcannia Forbes. Was this an intended consequence of your guidelines?
So Catholic Care Wilcannia Forbes were not invited to tender for a particular area, and that is because there were seen to be, at the time, ACOs that could fill that contract. I have since offered a one-on-one meeting with Catholic Care Wilcannia Forbes to meet with me to discuss that through, to work that through. They've not taken up that offer. They have met with me with another ACO, or with an ACO in Dubbo when I was recently there, and they're working with this particular ACO in the area of Burke, and they're quite happy to continue to do so.
And are you confident that because of the changes in the tendering guidelines and the prevention of Catholic Care or Kenya Forbes from applying, that every single woman is being supported in the region?
I think no government could ever say that every single woman experiencing domestic and family violence is definitely being supported. There will always be gaps, but I am confident that the way that the tendering for new workers in that area has been undertaken, has provided the best possible outcomes for the most possible people. And I also would point out that Catholic Care, Wilcannia Forbes, has been successful in getting 3 new workers in the areas that they cover.
The Great Lakes Women's Shelter, over 50% of their clients are Aboriginal. They have also been unable to apply for new funding because of these guidelines. What do you say to the people in that area?
I am sure that people who work in the domestic and family violence area understand that Aboriginal people are disproportionately affected by domestic and family violence, and that we need to do better than what we have been doing for the decades that we've been doing it in providing better outcomes for Aboriginal families in their experience of family violence. I'm happy if Great Lakes Shelter would like to meet with me to discuss it. I'm happy to meet with them. I have visited the Great Lakes Shelter in the past and happy to continue to have discussions about the best way for them to support local people.
Before I hand to my colleague, Minister, before you made the decision to preclude these organisations from applying, did you actually assess whether or not there was capability with local ACOs to be able to service the need for those communities?
There was assessment of that done, yes.
And
did I personally do it? No, because the Minister doesn't personally do those things, but DCJ certainly did that.
Thank you. Minister, you indicated that part of your government's response to the tragedy in Forbes and Ms Ticehurst was the package of bail reforms that were rolled out, part of which included electronic monitoring of serious DV offenders who were granted bail. Is that electronic monitoring in place?
I think you asked the question to the Attorney General last week, and I back up his question. At the moment, it isn't.
And when will it begin?
My understanding is that it will begin in early October.
In early October. And who's responsible for the implementation of this law?
The Attorney General is.
The Attorney General is responsible for the implementation. Thank you. I understand that from the Attorney General that there is some type of either working group or task force or some other type of cooperative group in place looking at how this could be implemented. Do you have a representative on this task force?
I'm actually the chair of that task force from the Cabinet Office. I'm wearing my ordinary Cabinet Office hat. I'm here because I also have responsibility for Women New South Wales.
So, Cabinet Office representation, anybody, Minister, who works specifically on women with you who's on that task force?
Yeah. The Women's Safety Commissioner is on it.
Thank you. And are you confident that this task force represents all necessary parties?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, you don't share the concerns that are expressed by police that there should be some operational police on there as well as police prosecutors?
I have to refer that to the Police Minister. I haven't heard those concerns.
Okay, but you, in your thinking about the task force and the implementation of this tremendously important response to Molly Ticehurst, you haven't thought about issues with the task force. What input did you have into the composition of the task force?
It was led by... I'm happy.
Yeah, that Minister.
I'll ask Ms.
So, as a sort of ordinary practice for any cross-government initiative, we went to the relevant agencies that might have a role in policy and operational detail and asked for representatives that had sufficient authority to make decisions or to corral decisions across their agency.
And did the Cabinet Office speak directly to the Minister, or it was all done without the Minister's input and knowledge?
Not specifically to Minister Harrison.
Is there a reason that the Minister for Women was not involved in the formulation of this task force to implement this incredibly important domestic violence reform? I take an answer from anybody who can give me one.
There is a process, a weekly meeting with the Minister, at which the Minister is briefed in relation to various elements, and the elements of the bail package, as I recall it, have been in process of periodic briefing. Anything that comes out of that meeting that needs to align with other processes being undertaken by the department, notably the implementation of EM, has been taken on board.
So who's driving the process? Minister, are you? The Attorney-General didn't seem to feel he was driving it, or is it in fact just a process that's been put in train and we wait till the process runs its course?
If I can assist, operationally, corrective services who have quite some experience with operating electronic monitoring are undertaking the operational work in close sync with, but coordinated by the
So
work.
Mr Tidwell, does the Minister for Corrective Services actually take responsibility for the implementation of this program?
We, as officials, are charged with the implementation. There's been a decision made by the government that EM is to be implemented. We are coordinating to ensure the delivery on the ground.
Who's responsible around the Cabinet table if this is delayed? I think I have my answer. Thank you very much.
We're collectively responsible.
Collectively responsible?
Yep.
Who takes individual responsibility? Who doesn't shove it off onto another collective minister? Who sits there and says, I will make sure that women are safe in New South Wales?
Again, that this is an issue that the Premier is very strong on, and
so it's the Premier's responsibility, is it, to make sure this is implemented?
It's Cabinet's responsibility, and I am responsible for prevention of domestic and family violence. The Attorney-General is responsible for the legislation surrounding it. Corrections is responsible for the issues in relation to...
Who's responsible to make sure that women are safe in New South Wales and that domestic violence offenders will be subject to electronic monitoring on bail? I think this is a very sad answer, but sadly I think I have my answer.
That women will be subject to electronic monitoring while on bail?
No, that accused domestic violence offenders will be subject to domestic violence offending on bail. I think we'll move on. Minister, are all DV bail matters decided by a magistrate? Well, that was part of the package, wasn't it?
Not currently.
I can assist with that. There is a process being worked out in close cooperation with the police at the moment, coordinated by DCJ, where we are looking across the state to actually to ensure that the arrangements are in place for registrars to discontinue hearing those matters. Those arrangements are advancing, and we expect that work to be completed by the end of the year, with anticipation of that provision commencing by the end of calendar 2024.
And who's the Minister responsible for the implementation of that part of the DV package?
The Attorney-General.
The Attorney-General is responsible for that. Thank you very much. And Minister, how often do you discuss implementation of this measure with the Attorney-General?
I have frequent conversations with the Attorney-General. I have regular meetings with all of the ministers that have overlaps with my portfolios, and the Attorney-General and I meet more regularly than that, and our officers do as well.
I'm pleased that you discuss matters with him frequently. How often have you had discussions with the Attorney-General about this particular issue and the implementation of this particular measure?
We would be discussing this on a weekly basis.
And you're happy with the process of the implementation then?
With the resources that
your government has provided?
That were already available, and with gearing up for the new legislation, yes, I am.
Do you support the call from the police in budget estimates that implementation should be staged or even delayed?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. So you have to take on notice whether or not you support that call?
Well, I think that would be I would have to have a discussion with the Police Minister on that.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know the detail of exactly what that call was.
I have had discussions with the committee. If I can assist the committee, I can indicate that the Police Commissioner and I have had recent discussions about the implementation of the removal of registrars and the imperative around AVL facilities, and the practical elements that need to be put in place, and we have both agreed the timetable which I've outlined to the committee.
That timetable has a definite actual calendar date for implementation?
So we've got the entire state to cover off in a number of locations, and that is quite detailed work. We have agreed that work can be completed by the end of 2024.
So December 31, 2024 it begins?
I said by that time. So can I just say, I think this is a provision, in terms of its actual commencement, you want everything working before it goes live, and that is the approach being adopted.
I entirely agree. I also think for that to work, somebody needs to accept responsibility to drive the process at a ministerial level, and that has been the focus of some of my questions. But thank you very much. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Minister, how many people have been charged with coercive control offences since the commencement of the laws?
I believe 2.
And who's responsible for the education campaign to build awareness of the new offence?
That is something that sits under the Attorney-General, but I take a very, very keen interest in it.
And how often have you met with the AG about the campaign?
About the coercive control education campaign? I haven't met directly with him in the last month or so.
Prior to that, in the development of the campaign?
Our officers and our officers had regular meetings regarding it, and I had a couple of meetings on it.
And is the education campaign separate from or related to the consent education?
The coercive control education campaign is separate to the consent education, the Make No Doubt campaign.
And in your discussions with the Attorney-General, have you had any discussions around ensuring that courts are properly resourced to hear the matters in a timely manner?
The Attorney-General and I, and in fact, the Attorney-General and I have discussed court resourcing. Yeah.
And what was the outcome of those discussions?
Well, as you know, there are additional magistrates going into courts as a result of the budget that this government brought down.
And how much has been spent on implementing the coercive control legislation?
I would have to take that on notice.
Minister, can I just ask a follow-up question in relation to the additional magistrates? So they were initially announced as to assist to ensure that all bail matters were to be heard by a magistrate rather than a registrar. And then there was evidence given in the Attorney-General's estimates that they would be available across the court system generally to deal with delays. And now I think I heard you say that those magistrates were to assist with the additional court time we could expect with the very complicated coercive control matters. Exactly what are those magistrates employed to do?
Well, I'd defer to the Attorney-General.
Okay, so therefore they're not coercive control support. They are for the general court system. Thank you very much. Minister, are you aware that in the past 2 years, sexual assaults in Moree have increased by 112%?
I'm aware that there has been increased sexual assault figures in Moree, yes.
And your government introduced a number of measures in Moree to respond to crime issues there, and they focused on break and enter and car theft. What have you done to address the increase in sexual assaults in that area?
I haven't done anything to increase the number of sexual assaults in that area.
Sorry, I didn't mean to suggest that of course you would. What have you done with respect to that increase in sexual assaults? You acted for car theft and break and enter. What's the response to the increase in sexual assault?
The government made the choice, made an active choice to focus, as the Attorney-General said on a number of occasions in question time, I believe, on the issues relating to car theft and break and enter. The matter of the issue of sexual assault across New South Wales, including in Moree, is an issue that we are dealing with through education, through prevention, through our primary prevention strategy, through a range of predominantly educational focuses, and it's a statewide approach.
So it's an education focus rather than a legal focus for sexual assault?
At this point, there have been no legislative changes in relation to sexual assault, with the exception of the bail laws also relate to sexual assault.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that are yet to be fully implemented.
Yep.
Yes.
There's also increased funding to New South Wales Health for sexual assault nurse examiners, so that every health district has access to sexual assault nurse examiners. That's an issue being led by the Health Minister. Full Stop Australia has received increased funding to support their helpline. That was an election commitment of ours. I can provide further information in relation to that on notice.
Thank you. The post and boast offences which you introduced only apply to break and enter and car theft. Why don't they also apply to sexual assault?
Well, that was a decision that the government made at the time.
And you were happy with that decision?
That was a decision that the government made at the time.
And your voice as Minister for Women, was that heard in these discussions?
My voice was heard. There was a very clear focus from the community on the need to deal with the issue of that those laws go towards where young people, frequently underage people, were stealing cars, breaking into people's houses, stealing cars, and putting other people's lives at risk.
112% increase in sexual assault?
there are different approaches for different types of offences.
Thank you,
And
Minister. It's the time for my colleague.
Thank you very much. We'll hand to questions from the crossbench.
Thank you, and thanks for filling in while I jumped between different hearings. Minister, I understand when I was out that there was discussion in relation to the coercive control advertising campaign, I believe. I just wanted to check what is the process for evaluating that? Is that entirely with the Attorney-General, or is there some input from yourself in relation to that?
No, I take a really keen interest in that education campaign. As far as the question was particularly relating to evaluation of the education campaign.
Sort of what's the process for evaluating it?
So the Implementation Evaluation Task Force for the Coercive Control Offence has oversight of obviously all of the aspects in relation to the offence.
Yeah.
There will be and the Implementation and Evaluation Task Force, and particularly the reference groups, are currently looking at what their roles are going to be in relation to the ongoing the monitoring of the offence.
What piqued my interest is I was looking at the second statutory report from the task force from the 1st of June 2024, and in the back there's a appendix that lists out issues that reference groups have raised and then sort of how the task force dealt with it. And one of those shows that there was concern that although the advertising campaign might increase awareness, it might not necessarily then lead to measuring behaviour change. And the response from the task force was that the task force, I'm quoting, the task force further notes advice from DCJ that raising awareness and understanding of coercive control were the objectives of the campaign, as market research demonstrated an immediate need to raise awareness about coercive control. Further attitude and behaviour change may be considered for potential future campaigns. Minister, were you involved in that advice coming from DCJ that this advertising campaign was not about changing behaviour, but instead about raising awareness of the concept?
No, I don't believe that I was involved in advice
someone-
from DCJ.
Yeah, maybe Ms
But
Campbell or
I can
someone else.
certainly, maybe,
Look, I'm chair of the task force, Ms Boyd, and I will own that was that was stridently the view of the task force at that stage. So that's a matter of fact in that sense. In terms of the evaluation and where we go now, I mean, it will be timely, and there is a report due, an evaluation due, an initial report within 6 months of the implementation of the law. I think all of those things and the appropriateness of the campaign needs to come into scope, and of course it will be reviewed.
Okay. When will we have a campaign that's actually designed to change behaviour?
I chair the task force, and I've clearly owned what the purpose was of the first round of advertising. I do not want to commit the task force. I'm, of course, able to undertake to actively interrogate that issue with the task force and with the task force as it reaches out to the sector.
Can I ask if you've read, Mr Tittle, the white paper that was produced by Jess Hill and Michael Salter in relation to prevention?
I know of that paper.
Yeah.
I have will always be careful in evidence what I say about papers, because I read
That's
a
fine.
lot of
Yeah, yeah.
things. I have cursorily looked at that paper. It
Yeah.
would be inaccurate.
I've
in
only
my
read it
evidence
once.
to say.
I'm not going to grill you
No,
on what
I
the,
have not.
the details
So
are.
I'm aware of it. I have not read it in close detail.
One of the striking things from that
Yeah.
paper, from my perspective, was the research it had brought together from previous public health campaigns that was basically saying you can't just design a campaign to make people aware of a thing. It doesn't change behaviour. To change behaviour, you actually need to do a far more detailed piece of targeted outreach. As someone who was keenly pushing for us to put coercive control on the agenda, the whole point was to get people to change their behaviour, not necessarily just put a law in place. So that's why I'm asking, and I guess
Yeah.
I'll come back to you, Minister,
Yeah.
where is the funding for actually that behaviour change piece when it comes to coercive control?
Yeah, I think behaviour change piece is not just relating to coercive control, because it relates to everything in relation to behaviour around relationships and what's acceptable and
Yeah.
what we expect.
But we
and-
know that
and what is safe.
99% of domestic homicides have coercive control in them, so that it's effectively the same thing in lots of
Absolutely,
ways.
absolutely. So it is about changing. We do need to change attitudes. That, and as you rightly said, the education piece around the legislation is about informing people of the legislation. We've got to do more, though, as has been identified in that report that you referenced. It is not just about doing an education campaign to prevent gendered violence, to prevent coercive control, which is so often the early stages of gendered violence. We need to educate from an early age, not only an education campaign. We need to educate in our schools, we need to educate in our sporting fields, we need to educate right across community. We need to educate and
Can we just
create conversations within employers as well.
So can
the
we
range
come?
of things.
Sure. Yes. So long as those, I guess, it's evidence-based education programs that leads to behaviour change.
Absolutely.
So just to that, there was an odd one that came up, I think, last week. There was an announcement that the New South Wales government had given $1 million to a one-year program to get the Central Coast Mariners to teach people about domestic and family violence. Do you know about this one?
Yeah, I was actually at that launch.
Okay.
And
Was there evidence base for what they're doing in relation to that program?
so they're working with the University of Newcastle.
Is there evidence base already
that?
for that program? Seems to be run by a company called Enriched, which just seem to have no real experience in this. And I understand you say they're working with the Newcastle Uni, but in the context of, again, there being so much evidence-based programs and services needing support, why are we giving $1 million for a photo op with Central Coast Mariners?
There'll certainly be an evaluation of that program undertaken at its completion.
Yeah.
And that particular commitment was external to, it was in addition to the $38 million that we've committed for the rolling out of the primary prevention strategy.
Yeah. It just seems like a very strange use of money, don't you think, Minister? $1 million. It's very flashy, and I think there was like 6 ministers or something there for that announcement to hang out with the players. But do you really think that $1 million on a program like that for a one-year program that has no evidence base yet was a good use of what we're being told is really scarce resources to dedicate to this issue?
I think there's a range of ways, there's certainly a place for sport and sporting organisations in raising awareness, not raising awareness, but in education and appropriate behaviours. It's good
No one's saying that it's not, but we're talking about priorities between, we keep being told there's limited funds, and that not everyone can have everything, and yet there's all of these services crying out for more money, and then we're giving $1 million to something that 6 ministers turn up to a press conference for. It looks a little on the nose. Do you think it's defensible?
I think it's important that we do have sporting organisations involved in raising awareness and being part of conversations to change attitudes towards domestic and family violence. The role that they play in schools is important. The education in schools is really, really important. Respectful relationships education in schools is incredibly important.
So where does this $1 million come from? Which part of funding?
I believe it comes from the Office of Sport.
The Office of Sport. Okay. Can I ask you then, when will the New South Wales Government release the strategy for the prevention of domestic, family and sexual violence 24 to 27?
It is imminent.
Okay. Why the delay?
We worked really, really well with Our Watch. Our Watch provided the draft. We've wanted to, in addition to the consultation that was undertaken with in the production of the draft, we wanted to go back to key stakeholders and make sure that that they were comfortable with what was going to be the final adoption, and then it's taken time to get through the Task Force, Domestic Family Violence Board, Cabinet. It's imminent.
All right. That sounds like a good reason for a delay. If there's, if you sort of had something and then you were like, I need to consult more. But I guess, we're still somewhere off of having an actual date for its release.
It's very, very imminent.
Okay. DV New South Wales has called for $100 million over 4 years to be committed to that strategy. The New South Wales Government announced $38 million, I think, over 4 years, is it? Plus a separate $8 million for the All-In program?
That's right.
So that's $54 million less than what was asked for. And I think, again, the pace of change just seems a bit slow. What are you doing to advocate for that additional money, that additional sort of $60 million to be delivered so that this can be done properly?
So I'll just clarify that the $38 million plus the $8 million for All-In does not include respectful relationships education, which occurs in schools, which is obviously a major, which will be a major part of the education, or a key component.
So how much has been dedicated to that?
I don't have that figure. I would have to get that. That would have to be from the Minister for Education.
Yeah, okay. I understand that it's great that we now have that as part of the curriculum, but I understand that that's a bit of a sort of slow, nebulous process as well. Is there going to be direct input from you and your office into how that gets rolled out and trained and implemented?
Yeah, so I've had discussions, myself and my office have had discussions with the Minister for Education's office on this matter, and there has been a review of the curriculum in relation to respectful relationships education, and I think the key thing is to ensure that teachers feel comfortable when that education is provided, and the model of how it's rolled out is to my understanding, still actually being worked through.
It's a big ask for teachers.
Absolutely.
It's necessary, but a big ask. Can we just touch on, I know that there was some discussion, I think, of core and cluster, but in terms of, I understand tranche 3 is not yet finalised, but when we have the 39 refuges for the core and cluster for tranche 1 and 2, plus what's planned for tranche 3, are you able to tell us how many refuges in total you expect will have been built under that program?
I can't tell you how many refuges, but we're certainly, the expectation is that we will have beds and pillows for an additional 2,900 women and children every year.
Will there be 36 refuges included in Tranche 3?
No.
No. The initial goal was 75 new refuges in total, so that's not going to be the case.
No, the
now.
previous government
Yeah.
moved away from that 75 figure.
Okay, so the 75 went down to...
There was the previous government moved away from providing a number of refuges
Right.
with that core and cluster, and moved to the target of 2,900
Okay.
women and children being supported every year.
So how many Aboriginal-led refuges of that amount of new core and cluster?
Currently, I can give you what we've got in tranche 1 and 2, I think. I obviously can't give you tranche 3 yet. Might come back after the break with that
Thank
answer
you.
for you.
That would be good. And how many of the organisations contracted to deliver core and cluster services were already providing specialist domestic and family violence services prior to the tender process versus those that didn't?
I'll need to take that on notice, I think.
I think pretty much all of them have had some exposure to delivering domestic and sexual violence services.
Okay.
And just in terms of the ACO, there are 5 ACO-led projects among the 39, so Tranche 1 and Tranche 2.
Okay. Are there going to be 16 Aboriginal-led refuges in Tranche 3?
That's highly unlikely.
Yeah. So the previous government had a target of 21 Aboriginal-led refuges across the 3 tranches. Did they abandon that goal as well, or is that a...
I think the tranche 1 and 2 were really done in a market-led way. And that has been part of the challenge with tranche 3. So certainly the figures that were given at the original announcement in relation to core and cluster, because it was done through a market-led process, tranche 1 and tranche 2, that's a significant part of the investment for core and cluster, which I think is a really great investment. A significant part of that investment that was spent using a market-led approach, which meant that targets were really going to be very difficult to achieve in relation to particular parts of particular types of providers.
And for the 2,900 bed target, are you saying that we will get to that point with Tranche 3?
Certainly expecting that we will.
Okay.
Yep, by the end of 2026.
Yep. Okay. And were there any of the organisations contracted to deliver core and cluster services lacking experience in providing specialist domestic and family violence services?
No, they wouldn't have been contracted to do so.
None at all?
No, I mean, in terms of the criteria, you had to have, I can't remember the exact criteria in terms of the selection, but it was very much demonstrating their experience and expertise in delivering these sorts of services.
Okay. Just in my last minute, I'll just ask on something completely different. There was another report yesterday of needle spiking in nightclubs. This is an issue that I've raised previously, goes beyond drink spiking to women being spiked with needles, with similar intention by men in clubs. Is this an issue you're aware of, and have you done anything in response to that specifically?
I haven't seen the reports from yesterday.
There was an issue came up a lot not last year, the year before, and it seemed to have stopped being reported as often, and now we've got another spate of them. I'm trying to find a copy of the article. Maybe we can come back to that after the break as well, see if there's anything that you can update us on.
Yep.
Thank you.
We have come to the end of questions from opposition and crossbench. Are there any questions from the government members?
Not at this stage.
No. Then we will break for morning tea and be back at 11:15. Thank you very much. Very much. It's now been 11:15. We'll commence with the next session. So thank you very much, Minister. Minister, who is the 2004 Senior Australian of the Year for New South Wales?
2004 Senior Australian of the Year?
For New South Wales, yes.
Dr. John Ward.
Thank you. And at what age are New South Wales permanent residents able to apply for a seniors card?
At the age of 60.
And how many seniors cards are there?
We have 1.8, 1,852,333 as at the 28th of August.
And how many types of seniors cards are there?
There's 2.
Yeah. Minister, in the Treasurer's speech, the budget speech the Treasurer gave, he didn't mention seniors or ageing. Is this a priority for your government, supporting seniors in New South Wales?
Absolutely. And is something that I'm quite happy to be Minister for Seniors of.
But my question is that in the budget, the Treasurer didn't refer to seniors at all. And we have a cost of living crisis that are impacting all people across New South Wales, and there doesn't seem to be any measures to support seniors in this year's budget.
There are measures to support seniors in this year's budget. They just didn't make it into the Treasurer's budget statement.
Minister, the 2023-24 Ageing Well in New South Wales Action Plan comes to an end at the end of this year. How does the New South Wales Government expect non-government organisations to suggest and then implement new initiatives for the next action plan without any new funding?
We will be. I'm sure previous governments didn't actually have new. I'm sure previous governments didn't have new strategies ready to go as soon as the old one, on the day that the previous one expired. We are in the process of putting together the revised ageing strategy, and
what's the time frame for that?
I'll just...
I can add in, it'll be reviewed later this year and with a report to be published in early 2025.
Okay. And to be implemented in 2025?
Yes.
Minister, are you aware that 65% of all voluntary assisted dying administrations in New South Wales have been in regional areas?
I wasn't aware of that, but thank you.
And that only 30% of the population lives in the regions. Is it a concern that seniors may be or have a larger uptake of voluntary assisted dying in the regions?
I think voluntary assisted dying is not exclusively a seniors issue. It is for voluntary assisted dying relates to people with terminal illnesses.
Do you know what the median age of people who have been administered voluntary assisted dying in New South Wales is?
I can't give you that figure right at the moment, but I'll take it on notice.
It's actually 70 to 79 age group. Is that a concern to you that, again, I ask about seniors and their uptake of voluntary assisted dying, particularly in regional areas?
Okay. As the Minister for Seniors, my role is to ensure that seniors can live as full a life as they can. The issue of voluntary assisted dying goes across so many different areas, and it is certainly not exclusively a seniors issue.
Have you met with the Minister for Health regarding Section 180 of the Voluntary Assisted Dying Act? And that is...
I'll need to take that on notice. I've had multiple meetings with the Minister for Health. I'll need to take that on notice.
That section actually refers to the training, information, other resources about identifying risk factors for pressures or duress, including elder abuse and abuse of other vulnerable persons. Have you met with the Health Minister in regards to that?
No, I haven't met with him specifically on that part of the legislation, no.
Is there any work that you're currently undertaking in relation to ensuring that seniors had proper information and prevents elder abuse?
The Ageing and Disability Commission, the previous Ageing and Disability Commissioner, I know, raised concerns in relation to the potential use of voluntary assisted dying, and the reviews that will be undertaken. My understanding of the reviews that will be undertaken of the legislation will certainly look at the potential for that issue.
But Minister, that was raised in, I believe, November estimates last year by the former Commissioner. Have you done anything since then?
In relation to speaking with the Minister for Health on that issue?
And also the issues that were raised by the Commissioner at last year's estimates, which were the potential concerns around elder abuse when it came to the implementation of voluntary assisted dying.
Well, the Commissioner raised those issues at the time, and they are issues that are on that will be considered as part of the review of the legislation.
And when's that review commence?
It will be the statutory review, I believe. I'll need to confirm that.
But you're doing nothing between last year when it was first raised and when a review will commence.
The issue of voluntary assisted dying is definitely a health issue. It is led by health, and while all members of the Cabinet have discussions in relation to each of their portfolios, it is a health issue. The issue
But you
of
are
voluntary
Minister
assisted.
for Seniors.
That's
and
right.
These are statistics
and as
that
I
you've been
said,
given
the
and
Minister for
concerns that have
Seniors,
been raised.
as the Minister for Seniors, my role is to ensure that seniors have as full a life as they possibly can do.
And yet you've done nothing to address the concerns that have been raised or the statistics that are showing.
Well, no, that's not true. So through the Ageing Disability Commission, where there are complaints, if there is capacity for any complaints in relation to the misuse of that legislation to be dealt with through the elder abuse.
Minister, how much has been allocated in the budget to volunteers and carers?
The total budget for carers is $5.3 million.
And carers, 200K.
For carers, 200,000.
For volunteering.
For volunteering is
Volunteering.
200,000.
And is any of that new money, or is it?
It is around about the same as previous budget allocations. Yep.
Minister, are you aware of the performance and wellbeing consultation paper that your government's put out?
Yes.
So there's around 120 outcomes listed, and carers haven't been included. Why have they been forgotten by your government?
Well, that's currently out for consultation. So if organisations and if individuals have particular views on needing to be included,
But Minister,
we're quite
you're
welcome
the
to
Minister
hear.
for Carers.
We're also...
You're meant to be the strongest advocate for them, and yet you didn't raise with the Premier or the Treasurer to actually include one line item.
We're also, if I recall, the previous government had
Minister,
Premier's
we're talking
priorities,
about a document
if I
your
remember.
government puts out.
And
as the
health
Treasurer
and
said,
wellbeing.
Minister, the Treasurer actually said this represents the government's, and I quote, values and priorities. What this shows is that carers in New South Wales are not a priority for you.
That is an incorrect assertion, and I certainly reject it. The framework that is being developed by, led by Treasury and Finance, is a new way of looking at the well-being from a social perspective of New South Wales. We welcome feedback as part of that document that is currently out for feedback.
So I ask you, what's the feedback you give to the Treasurer now?
I'll listen to whether the government will listen to the views of the community and the people of New South Wales in relation to what needs to be included in that. We can't do everything all at once. This is the start of a new way of measuring government performance.
And of 120
And it is
items, not one, is for carers. And you have no message for the Treasurer or the Premier today to say that carers matter in New South Wales.
There are probably many issues that this government deals with that are not actually listed in that document.
Minister, are you aware of a literature review that was conducted by the University of New South Wales for the Ageing and Disability Commissioner, released this year, and it found that for some carers, the key factors for abuse were high levels of burden, stress and social isolation, which also impacted on both their physical and mental health. Again, I ask you, what's the government doing to support carers and prevent neglect and abuse?
Of carers?
No, the study found that carers were experiencing high levels of burden, stress and social isolation, which led to neglect and abuse of those they were caring for. And I asked you what your government's doing to support carers who are feeling stressed and burdened.
Well, there's we have a partnership, a very strong partnership with Carers New South Wales, who we fund to provide various programs, including supporting carers and employment, including young carers.
Have you met with any young carers?
I have.
And have you attended any of the young carers awareness training sessions?
I haven't.
You haven't?
No.
Do you intend to?
I'll certainly look at when they're being held, and if I'm available, I'll certainly would like to attend them.
I might move on. This year, youth volunteering was focused on the National Volunteer Week. And then, other than releasing the youth volunteering guidelines, what has your government done to attract youth participation in volunteering?
So this government works with the Centre for Volunteering to increase the number of volunteers throughout New South Wales. Those guidelines are a really important part of our approach to enhancing and increasing the support that volunteer involving organisations provide to young people, and increasing the numbers of youth volunteers within their organisations.
Minister, what programs or initiatives does your government run to recruit, train and recognise Indigenous volunteers in New South Wales?
I need to take that on notice. Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Are you aware of any?
I'll take that on notice.
Minister, do you support the need for safe spaces for women?
For safe
Spaces for women.
I absolutely support the need for spaces.
And do you think these should be both online and in person?
Do I think safe places for women should be both online and in person?
Yes. Should there be safe places online for women and safe places in person for women?
I think women should be able to be safe.
Mm-hmm. And are you familiar with the Tickle and Giggle decision, Minister? Have you been briefed on that?
I haven't.
It's a decision now under appeal, which ruled that Giggle, which is a women's only social media site, was breaching the Sexual Discrimination Act by not permitting somebody who is biologically male to join their website. Does this decision present a challenge for the maintenance of women-only spaces online? I
think that all women deserve to be safe and to feel safe in the spaces that they are in. I understand that that is a particular issue in relation to a trans woman, and I think that all women deserve to feel safe in the places that they are in, whether they be physical places or whether they be online.
So you think then that this decision presents a challenge for online safe places where women feel that they can be comfortable with each other?
I'll have to ask for further advice on that, but I think that I'll just reiterate that all women need to be safe and feel safe in the places that they inhabit.
And do we need legislative change to protect women's only spaces?
I'll have to seek advice on that.
Thank you. And so you'll get back to us on that?
I'll take advice on it.
So you're
I'll
taking
take that
on
on
notice?
notice.
Thank you very much. Is there funding in the budget to protect women's only spaces?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you think that there's any need for that?
I think that all women deserve to feel safe in the places that they are, whether they are in person or whether they are online. I think there's lots of ways that women, no matter whether they are biological, whether they were born women or whether they identify as women, I think there are ways of overcoming issues that that are coming to light now, that all women can feel safe.
And this is an issue that you're providing thought leadership on, because it is a difficult issue that we need to work through as a community, isn't it?
Well, there is a task force that's being led within the Premier's department on this very issue.
So it's not being led through you, Minister? It's
No,
being led
because
by the Premier?
I am. This issue goes further than what has traditionally been identified as being a woman's issue.
And so can you tell us more about what exactly is this Premier's task force working on?
I'll ask Ms White. Have you got the answer to that? I'm happy to take it on notice because it's not within my portfolio.
Okay, so
I'd actually ask that you refer that to the Premier.
Well, I guess I'm struggling to understand why an issue dealing with women is not within the portfolio of the Minister for Women. And frankly, why
Because it's a health
male
issue.
Premier has taken it on rather than the Minister for Women.
Because this is an important issue that...
Too important for women to handle?
It is of such import that it needs to be dealt with by the central agency, and it has effects right across multiple portfolios. And
a key portfolio like Minister for Women is not engaged at the core of these discussions?
I am engaged, but I am not leading this work.
But
and I
you
have
are.
no problems with that.
So you
And I
are
haven't-
aware of exactly what the task force is discussing?
I am not I'm not regularly briefed on it.
So you're not engaged in the discussions, but you are told occasionally what the Premier is thinking about the role of women in the 21st century?
I think that is an incorrect... that's an incorrect suggestion.
Well, I'd be delighted if you could correct me about the work of the task force, Minister.
Well, it's being led by the Premier and Premier's
the central
department,
issue
so I
that's
would
being
suggest that
considered
you
is-
ask them. It is not within my portfolio responsibilities as the Minister for Women.
So issues about how we navigate spaces where women feel safe is not within your portfolio issues as the Minister for Women. Is that right?
No, that's an incorrect suggestion. I think you're conflating the issue of trans people with women. I stand by what I previously said, and that all women need to be able to feel safe and to be safe in the spaces that they work in, that they live in, that they socialise in, that they exercise in, and that they and online.
Thank you. Ms Boyd?
Thank you. And thank you for your firm stance that all women are women. Doesn't seem that hard, does it? Thank you. So coming back to drink spiking and needle spiking. So we've spoken previously at previous estimates, and I've also spoken with Minister Harris and some of the gaming and liquor folks in that estimates as well around drink spiking. We've made progress on building drink spiking into training for bar staff and others who need to be aware of it. But one of the issues I started raising questions about a couple of years ago is in relation to needle spiking, because there was some reports of it happening around Newcastle. In yesterday's news, it was reported that it has been happening, or was happening at the end of last year in Byron Bay as well. This is an issue that in the UK has become a really difficult one, where hundreds of people are being needle spiked in bars. Is this an issue that you have been made aware of already? And is there anything that you are already doing in relation to needle spiking?
Specifically relating to needle spiking within my portfolio, no. But needle spiking, particularly if it's used as a way of perpetrating violence, is certainly a gendered violence issue.
Yeah. And it's emerging, so I'm not expecting you to have necessarily been all over this. But I understand that New South Wales doesn't yet keep any data in relation to this either. Is this something that you would look into?
I'll just refer to Ms Campbell about this,
Please.
because I believe that she's got some information on it.
Yes, I've got some information from Boxer. So the crime data shows New South Wales Police recorded 16 assaults in the 12 months to March 2024, where the weapon used was recorded as a syringe. The equivalent number in the previous year to March 23 was 15. Of the 16 incidents last year, none were recorded as occurring in a nightclub, but 4 were in a hotel or a pub.
Okay, interesting. Similar to drink spiking, we're being told by victims' organisations that this is something that people feel is difficult to come forward about, because there's a bit of stigma around what may happen once you have been drugged. Is this, what we're hearing is that the police are not necessarily well trained on this, and that bar staff aren't either. Could I ask you, Minister, to begin to highlight this issue with the Police Minister and with Minister Harris in terms of his responsibilities for liquor and gaming, to see if there's something more we can do on this, similar to what we've done for drink spiking?
Yeah, I think in relation to licensed venues and basically anywhere where there are workplaces and where there are places of service, again, people need to feel safe.
Yeah.
And within Safe Work, there is a Respect at Work task force that actually works on changing and ensuring that employers, places of work, are actually complying with their responsibilities, their new responsibilities, to be proactively acting to make sure that their workplaces are safe workplaces.
Yeah.
That doesn't particularly go towards the needle spiking
No.
issue, but I know that it goes to certain industries.
Yeah.
And I think there's really keen to do or the government is keen to do further work in that space.
And I'll come back to that issue in a minute. I might just ask Ms Tonkin, though, are you aware of this kind of increasing awareness around needle spiking? Is this an issue that's come to you, and is there anything that you've been doing about it in your role?
I'm aware of the issue, so we're just following it generally. We don't have anything proactive, so we can look at that certainly in my office. We've been working on the drink spiking issue in general in the past, but we can certainly look more closely at the needle spiking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would appreciate that, just so that maybe this is one of those ones we can get ahead of before it balloons like it has in the UK. So, Minister, in relation to the relatively recent revelations about culture in certain parts of our nighttime economy, so in certain nightclubs and restaurants and things, where it's been alleged that some workplaces perhaps have a culture of sexual harassment and assault where it's accepted to a degree. I did also ask Minister Harris about this, and also Minister Graham in their respective roles, but in your role, will you be involved in the response to that I understand the 24-hour Economy Commissioner is maybe running?
Certainly, my understanding is that Safe Work New South Wales is doing some investigations into those issues.
Could I ask Ms Tonkin, are you part of that?
Yes, the Commissioner Rodriguez, I've been speaking to him the last couple of weeks about that, so we're working on that in partnership and looking at training for the industry as well, and some of the things that have been put together in the past, how we can improve the implementation of that as well.
Yeah. It seems to me there are, and I put this to Minister Graham the other day as well, it seems to me that there are two parts of this puzzle. And perhaps one of them is stickier than the other, but there is the workplace safety aspects, and making sure that that employers are very aware of their obligations in relation to creating a culture that is free from sexual harassment, assault, and also responding to it appropriately. But then there is also what I refer to as the stickier issue, which is a general culture around the service industry, where misogyny can take a bit of a front foot, where the customer is always right. You get people in a environment where they're drinking and feel that as a customer they are able to harass or assault a woman who is in that service position. That to me seems like a broader societal issue, but also where government could play a role by coming in with a very strong sort of education campaign around treating workers with respect in those, to try and change that cultural norm. Is that something, I'll go to you first, Ms Tonkin, that you will be looking at as part of this review with Commissioner Rodriguez?
Oh, we can certainly look at that, and there's also as part of the work, the primary prevention strategy, there's some funding for campaigns as well as part of that. I mean, that's over 4 years, but we can certainly look at that issue as part of the various campaigns that we're looking at.
Thank you. Thank you. And Minister, is that part of your role or part of your portfolio responsibilities as well? That sort of it's got no easy answer, but that sort of directed, targeted education around women's safety?
Yeah, absolutely. And as Commissioner Tonkin mentioned, the primary prevention strategy is a key part of that. The government also has a domestic and family violence corporate leadership group, which we are currently expanding, refreshing the membership on, and there is certainly a role there is certainly a need to ensure that cross industries are represented on that, so that there are some good leaders on that group to feed in to government what is happening out there and what good work is happening out there and what more we can do to facilitate improved actions by places of employment.
Thank you. Turning to a different topic, I was really, I think I can say the word upset, to learn that the Ageing Disability Commissioner has still not been funded to the level that they have been asking for a very long time now. Are you aware that the ADC put in a submission for greater funding to allow them to do their work to the department? And did you pass that on to the Treasurer as part of the budget considerations?
I'm aware that there was a proposal from the Ageing Disability Commission for increased funding, and I'm aware that it didn't get through.
Did it not get through at the department
Cabinet.
level, though, or did it not get through at Cabinet?
I don't recollect exactly where it didn't get through, but I know that there was a proposal. I do know that there's been some additional funding granted to the Ageing Disability Commission for this financial year within the DCJ budget.
So, if I can
Please.
assist Ms Boyd, there is core funding of $4.03 million. There is a gap in excess of $2 million, as has happened over the past 2 years, where that money is not forthcoming through enhancement. I will, the department will fund that gap.
Right, okay. Okay. So will that then meet the budget bid, though, or will that just keep things afloat?
I cannot, off the top of I can't recall what the full ask was. It will certainly, I think, deal with the core needs, as well as I understand it, specific needs for the neglect project, the research for the DFE, victor survivor experience of the criminal justice system, and $200,000 for responding to elder abuse of older women and women with a disability, which are specific projects.
Okay. So I understand that the budget bid was for $14 million over 4 years to address the core work plus the OCB scheme, and then to provide for some growth. So
It would be more than that on the figures I have over 3 years, because I think that the total funding required is over $7 million a year.
okay, so maybe that's 14 million additional
Possibly.
that was required,
Yeah.
that was requested, and of that we didn't get the full amount. So obviously, how much of that 14 million additional was given then? Or is it just...
As I understand, if the funding, and I'm happy to
Yeah.
check this on notice, so I want to be pristinely accurate in what I say, but my understanding is the funding that has been available has been continued, and the shortfall would need to come from DCJ, and that is the gap which we will, the shortfall,
Yeah.
which, as I say, we've done in the last 2 years, that we will fund.
Is that now the intention, though, to keep doing that top-up? Just, I don't understand why Treasury wouldn't fund it to at least
Look,
its core
I
level.
cannot speak to
No, you can't.
those processes. I recognise that the interconnection, the vital interconnection that the ADC does with so much of the work of DCJ. It does vital work, it does important work. The independence of the Commission obviously is important, and it has a clear statutory mandate, which I completely respect and get. And as I am emphasising, the department will commit to funding that gap.
Yeah. So, Minister, when this was set up 5 years ago, I understand there's been growth of around 66%, which is what you would expect. I mean, I thought that it was underfunded to begin with, but when you look at the way these things work, once people learn that there is a service that they can contact, you would expect the demand for that service to increase. And I know that the previous Commissioner Fitzgerald talked a lot about the need for a demand-based funding model, which unfortunately was never accepted by Treasury. Do you think it's appropriate that we continue to fund or to underfund the ADC when it's something that we want to be successful and to be growing?
I certainly want to reiterate the work that the Age and Disability Commission does as being really important work, and elder abuse is an issue that there is becoming more and more awareness of, which is, I think, partly what that increase in calls are about. It would be lovely to be able to have demand-based funding on all of our services. It's tricky to do that within budgets, but I'll continue, and the government will continue to look at the work done by the Age and Disability Commissioner and look at whether we can better support into the future. It is difficult within within budgets, and the Treasurer has made it clear that if to not come asking for additional funds unless there is definitely not the capacity to be able to fund things from within already, with government changing priorities.
It's just, it's very difficult when we have services being forced to turn people away. It seems to be, I guess, impinging directly on their statutory functions to be able to perform, to do everything that was required. Is there any, or maybe this is a question for the Treasurer, I guess, as to whether there's any intention to reassess the way that these services are funded?
That would be a question for the Treasurer. Yeah.
Can I ask you about the PWDA Building Access Project? So in the last estimates, I asked you about this. You weren't familiar at the time with it, and the findings about just how inaccessible domestic family violence services are for people with disability. I think there was 0 services that they'd found to be fully accessible, which was pretty extraordinary. I see that you have since met with the PWDA. You met with them in April. What has been done in relation to that building access project and getting funding to allow full accessibility for domestic and family violence services?
So I think that funding actually sits within Minister Jackson's portfolio.
Okay.
But I'm happy to take that on notice.
That would be very useful. Thank you. If I could
so the core and cluster program, certainly there is a requirement. Within the design specifications, accessibility is a really important part of core and cluster. And if I recall correctly, at least one of each of the units in each core and cluster unit is required to be fully accessible. Ideally all, but there's a requirement for at least one to be fully accessible.
Can I ask, again, it's something I keep asking every minister about, but it's definitely relevant within your portfolios. The issue of why New South Wales is one of only 2 states not to sign up to the National Construction Code minimum accessibility standards for new builds. This is obviously not just an issue for people with mobility issues, but anyone who wants to age in place. It's a big concern for older people. Have you been advocating in Cabinet to get New South Wales to finally adopt those standards?
Certainly there's been discussions with Minister Chamberlain about that. And I know that the Ministerial Advisory Council on Ageing has met with him as well to advocate along those lines. So, yes, there is certainly advocacy occurring.
Okay, and you acknowledge that it is that lack of accessibility of our housing stock is impacting on, particularly on women with mobility needs trying to flee domestic and family violence relationships.
So we, as I said, core and clusters, the new builds, we are certainly making sure that at least one is fully available. And I note that the ageing in place issue isn't quite as much of an issue in refuges because of their short-term accommodation. But we really want to have them as accessible as possible. And in relation to existing refuges, as I said, I'm not quite sure about the funding for that.
I'll come back to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, your government cancelled the regional seniors travel card and implemented instead a 4-cent discount on fuel with United Petroleum. How many seniors have signed up for this discount card and received the 4-cent discount?
The 4-cent discount wasn't actually implemented by this government to replace the regional seniors travel card. The 4-cent discount is provided by United Petroleum, who has signed up to the seniors card and senior savers card to provide discounts in relation to fuel, and I would welcome any fuel provider to sign up to the seniors cards to provide exactly the same discounts, to provide it as widely as possible. As far as actual numbers who have signed up for that 4-cent discount, I would have to take that on notice because that information is held by United Petroleum. Do you or the department receive any information about the uptake and the locations of where it is used? The locations of where it's used is publicly available because it's at any United Petroleum station, not just within New South Wales, but right across Australia. So seniors who are travelling across Australia can participate in that. As far as ongoing reporting, I'll just ask if Ms Campbell.
No, I'll
We'll
take that on notice. You might be able to come back this afternoon.
And have you had any discussions with other petrol stations or providers like BP, Caltex?
I personally have not. These are organisations that voluntarily sign up to provide discounts. So, they might be fuel companies, might be vet companies, might be grocery stores. In fact, there's all of those people, all of those kinds of organisations who are signed up to the seniors card discounts. And DCJ is regularly seeking new organisations to sign up to it.
But you've done no proactive work in encouraging various organisations to jump on board to provide discounts and support to seniors?
I have not personally done that, no.
Minister, on the 6th of September 2024, National Cabinet met specifically to discuss men's violence against women and children. What policy positions did New South Wales bring to those discussions?
That's fine. Yeah. I'm happy to start off, and then the minister might want to add some more. Or
well, the key ask out of those discussions was that we wanted to see a long-term national partnership agreement, and we wanted to see a long-term domestic and family violence national partnership agreement, and we wanted to see improved funding. That's
Absolutely, yeah. So there'd been an earlier national cabinet, which had obviously led to a series of taskings. So there was the report back on all of those, and the New South Wales government was progressing work. And then the really significant funding commitments announced by the Prime Minister and the Premiers.
Minister, did New South Wales seek any concessions from the Commonwealth in relation to the commitment to roll out 118 frontline DV caseworkers by June this year?
Did we seek any concessions to rolling at National Cabinet?
Yep.
No.
Okay. Minister, following that meeting, it was announced within the new agreement that, and I quote, there'll be greater flexibility for states and territories to direct funding to meet local need and will be accompanied by stronger transparency and accountability mechanisms, unquote. Following your failed rollout of the 118 frontline DV workers...
I don't believe that is failed. I believe that is on track.
We've got 57. Did you
By
push
the
at
30th
the
of
time
December this year.
for any changes, knowing that you would not be able to deliver what was required?
We have provided and met all of the timeframes that have been agreed with the Commonwealth. The progress report that we provided, which is made public in April this year, which I believe that you probably would have had a copy of, very clearly stated what our intentions were, and the Commonwealth accepted that progress report. We reported on page 3 of the progress report that we expect awarding of contracts to complete in Q1 of 2024-25. We made that and then some. We are then hopeful the service providers will be able to get the majority of employees recruited and deployed by end of Q2 2024-25. We are well and truly on track to do that.
But Minister, Minister Rishworth stated on the 5th of September this year that states and territories, and I quote, now need to deliver on the agreements they signed up to. And you still say you haven't failed to deliver.
Minister Rishworth said that states now need to deliver on the agreements that they've signed up to. That's exactly what we are doing.
You're 57 out of 118.
We are exactly delivering on the agreement that we made with the federal government.
When do you think it will be time for the Commonwealth to take over tendering process, considering you're failing to deliver caseworkers?
I totally reject the assertion that we have failed meeting the timeframes. We are meeting the timeframes totally in compliance with what has been agreed by the federal government.
Minister, the Domestic Violent Death Review Team 2021 to 2023 report was tabled on the 8th of August this year. When will the government table their response?
The Domestic Violence Death Review Team's response, the DVDRT is reports to the Attorney General, but I'll just see if I have information on when the response will be provided.
6 months.
So it'll be provided within 6 months of the tabling of the report.
Mm-hmm. And Minister, in response to the 2019-21 report, you stated, and I quote, this has come from you, as part of the next steps, I will be reviewing work underway across government to progress outstanding and implementable recommendations made by the DVDRT to support the shared goal of positive systems and service improvements. This will include seeking advice on challenges with implementation and where required, alternative methods of implementation. Minister, you just said that the AG is responsible for the latter report. However, you were for the 2019-21. Has that changed?
According to the allocation of acts, the Domestic Violence Death Review Team is established to report to the Attorney-General. So that is the reference that I was making. I am the Minister for Prevention of Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault, and obviously issues in relation to prevention of deaths that the DBDRT raises, I have a keen interest in and work. I lead the work that is for the prevention of domestic violence. I do know that I believe that the Women's Safety Commissioner is currently working on identifying the actions that haven't been. No, sorry, not the Women's Safety Commissioner. We provided an additional $2 million in this budget for increased capacity for the Domestic Violence Death Review Team. That doubles their staff. Part of that work will be identifying which recommendations are yet to be implemented and which...
And this is for the 1921, not the 21-23?
This is for all of the work that the Domestic Violence Death Review Team has done because...
both reports?
Yeah.
Both reports? And how many recommendations are outstanding and implementable from the 2019-21 that you referred to?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice. I think that's the work that's being currently worked through.
Okay. And you said there was $2 million in this budget?
$2 million?
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Minister, if I can take you back to our previous discussion where you, I think, and I would agree with you that all women should be able to feel safe at all times. We are seeing situations at the moment, however, where all women don't feel safe at all times, and I'm thinking particularly of situations in relation to sport, and I'm thinking particularly of situations in relation to community sports participation, where we've seen examples where all female teams have removed themselves from competition, they've forfeited because they haven't felt safe in competition where there have been a number of trans players. Now, we need to have an inclusive society where trans people can play sport, but we also need to make sure that other women feel safe. How do we navigate through these issues, and what leadership are you showing in relation to these issues?
Firstly, I'll just go back to a question that you asked before in relation to the breakup of staying home leaving violence and integrated domestic violence.
Oh, I'm sorry, could we deal with this first?
Okay.
Because
well, I had it in my head, 25.9 million. There is work being done within the Office of Sport to work with codes and work with teams, or to work with codes to identify how they can best respond to the issues that come up in relation to trans people in sport. Because different sports, it will impact in different ways. So that is work that's being done by the Office of Sport, and I think my understanding is that that is being dealt with in a sensitive way for all parties, and as it should be.
And there's no specific representation of your ministry in those discussions? Because this is an issue that particularly concerns women. It's certainly an issue that I have received an enormous number of representations in relation to from women.
I have not played a strong, active part in that, but having said that, I'll go back to my previous statement that all women deserve to feel safe, no matter where they are.
Minister, I agree, but is this an issue that can be solved with platitudes like that? If you've got women coming to you and saying, my daughters are leaving sport because they don't feel safe in their competition, nobody wants that. So how do we manage these competing interests? Because we have to respect everybody in society, but we really need some very nuanced thinking about this issue, and I'm looking to you to provide thought leadership on this, Minister.
And you're right, we do need nuanced thinking on this issue, and that is why it is important that the sporting codes themselves work through the nuances with government leadership, of course, but...
Well, where is that leadership coming from? Where are women's interests being protected in this discussion? Frankly, what's the point of resourcing additional change rooms for women's sport to encourage women's participation if we're hearing messages that women actually don't feel safe participating? This is a very difficult issue we need to work through, and we actually need to work through it rather than just throw up our hands, say platitudes and hope for the best.
Oh, we're certainly not throwing up our hands. We're supporting sporting codes.
Well, what are you doing, Minister? What work are you leading on this?
This is an issue, particularly in relation to sporting codes, that is being led by the Office of Sport.
And you don't believe that this is also a women's issue in which you should be actively engaged?
It's an issue that I will have input into, but it is not an issue that I will lead, and it is an issue that goes right across government.
And is the work that's being done by sport different to the work that's being done by the Premier's task force?
I'm happy to answer.
So.
Apologies before that I wasn't quite on top of your question, but in terms of the work that's being led by the Premier's department, that's the establishment of the LGBTQI+ Advisory Council. Mm-hmm. So the status of that is that's not yet.
So that's not a. It would affect some women, but wouldn't affect all women.
Correct. So that will be focused on the development of broader inclusion strategies when it comes to LGBTQI+ communities. In terms of more broadly for women, I think alongside what the Minister has spoken to, the Minister chairs a Women's Council which has a range of diverse women's perspectives. And
is sport on the agenda of that council?
Not at the last meeting, but the agenda of that is both formulated by Women New South Wales as Secretariat, but with significant input of the members. So if this became a topic that council wanted to deliberate on and speak with the Minister about, that would be another forum available alongside collaboration with the Minister's colleagues.
So I understand the Premier's leading work in relation to LGBTIQA+, the Sports Minister's leading work in relation to sport, but in terms of women's concerns about continuing participation in sport, you're not doing anything, Minister?
The work that I'm doing is in relation to the women's strategy, the New South Wales Women's Strategy, and as Ms White referred to, I also take advice from the Women's Advisory Council and women who I meet with on a regular basis, and this is not an issue that has been raised as one of the key priority issues to me across New South Wales.
Can I say from the correspondence I've had, I find that surprising, but I accept that that's your experience. Minister, can I just take you back to the review following the death of Molly Ticehurst? Can you confirm the date on which that Cabinet Office review was completed?
I'm sure that I have the actual date with me. Okay, so the 5th of August 2024, I'm advised.
And what was the date that you first read the review?
I think it was a few weeks before that.
I think it's been considered by government, so you would have read it in the lead up to
Yeah.
that discussion and that meeting. Yeah. So before that date.
What was the date
so
it was
I-
considered by Cabinet? Can you confirm, Minister, that you have read the review?
I have.
You have read the review when?
I have. It was. It would have been shortly after receiving it, after it was received.
Okay, and so sometime in August you read the review.
It would have been early August. If it was received on the 5th of August, it
Did
would have been early
you
August.
did you brief Cabinet in relation to that review?
The review was led by Cabinet Office, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
So which minister briefed Cabinet during Cabinet discussions about the review?
I can't go into the detail of discussions.
No, I'm asking you who. I'm asking you who was responsible for raising it. Which minister sitting around the table said this review is important? Let's look at it.
I just want to get advice on what I am allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say in relation to what is being considered by Cabinet.
Okay.
Okay?
It's a cabinet matter, but it was called by the Cabinet Office involved in cabinet deliberations.
Yeah. It is a Cabinet matter. I was briefed. So the Cabinet deliberations, I was briefed on it beforehand.
So can I clarify, you were briefed on it or you read the report?
I was briefed and I read it.
Thank you. Yes. And then Cabinet considered it?
Cabinet considered it.
And what changes have been made to the Staying Home Leaving Violence program as a result of that review?
None.
No changes have been made as a result of that review. So what then was the purpose of the review, Minister?
I can't go into the detail of what the review...
No, with respect, you advised the House, I believe it was on the 6th of June this year, that the review was taking place. If you can advise the House, I think you can advise this committee what the purpose of the review was.
I'll ask...
Look,
I'll ask Mr Tidball to
if I can
assist.
just make this comment, if I may, and that is that the strong advice of the DPP, strong advice of the DPP is that there is a risk that any public commentary on the substance of the review could hamper both the ongoing police investigation into the alleged offences and the prosecution of the accused.
So was the DPP asked specifically to advise on whether discussions of a review that was made public by the Minister on the 6th of June, which was a review about a program, could prejudice charges against a particular accused? Because the accused isn't accused of breaching the program, but of part of the criminal law.
Can I just clarify?
Well, sorry, Mr Tidball, can you advise on that?
Look,
can you answer that question?
All I can respond by way of further comment is that the review will be made public in due course.
What's due course?
I'm sorry, I
Okay,
do not
right,
know. I'm not
okay.
able to give you a specific response.
Sorry, Minister, what did you want to add?
Yeah. So the review was a review of support services provided to Molly Ticehurst prior to her alleged murder.
Yes, so it was a review of the Staying Home Leaving Violence program.
It was
and
a
it was a
review
review of the
of
fact that she
support-
had been told 14 days before she died she'd get a security review.
I can't go into the details of what the review said, but I can tell you that the review was of support services provided to Molly Ticehurst prior to her alleged murder.
And I believe you also told the House that it was a review of all interactions Molly Ticehurst had with New South Wales government agencies and domestic violence services in the lead up to her death.
That's right. So it wasn't a review into a particular program.
So
It was
Ms
a
Tices
review-
wasn't engaged with the Staying Home Leaving Violence program?
It was a review of support services provided to Molly Tice prior to her alleged murder.
Which would have included Staying Home Leaving Violence?
Mr Tidwell has made very clear the advice that the DPP has provided the government in relation to this matter. I can tell you that the review was of the support services. I can also tell you that it wasn't in relation to the program of Staying Home Leaving Violence.
Mr Tidwell, when was the DPP's advice sought and why?
I do not have that. I do not have that date, and I do not have more specifics.
Is it usual that the DPP is asked about government reviews and whether they can be discussed?
There's nothing more that I'm able to add to my evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Just pulling.
Okay, just a few additional things from me, Minister. The response from the government to the Disability Royal Commission recommendations, did you have direct input into that?
The recommendations as they related to domestic and family services, yes.
The New South Wales Government responded to recommendation 8.24, which was in relation to a disability-inclusive definition of family and domestic violence, with the statement subject to further consideration. What is that further consideration? So this is the definition that at the moment only applies to intimate. Well, not quite. It's broader than that. I don't have it in front of me. Sorry, but yes, effectively, it's connected to this issue that we had with coercive control being related only to intimate relationships and not carers and everybody else. So, when it was stated that that was under consideration? What's the process for that?
I can answer
I'll
that.
ask Ms Campbell.
That particular action from memory was both for Commonwealth and state, so to respond to that particular recommendation. So there's engagement at the moment with states and territories and the Commonwealth to work through that particular recommendation.
So the Victorian Government accepted that recommendation and committed to undertaking detailed analysis in relation to it, but we just said subject to further consideration.
Yeah, and analysis, of course, as well.
So we will be doing that analysis
We will
then?
be looking at it, yes.
And when will that be done by?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Thank you. I'm going to ask just a couple of questions in relation to pet-friendly accommodation. We've talked about the additional 2,900 beds for refuges. What percentage of that accommodation will be pet-friendly and enable women to bring their dog or their cat with them?
So it's my understanding that the design specification brief required there to be the capacity for all of them to be pet-friendly.
Okay.
Obviously, there may be some circumstances where pets don't get on, different families' pets don't get on, and that's likely to be an issue potentially in the future. So that'll be something that'll need to be worked through in each individual refuge, just exactly what that looks like.
So animal inclusive design is an important part of the picture. Is there any additional funding to be provided to effectively support families who are bringing their animals with them? Their animals may require additional sort of support and funding to make that work.
I might ask Ms Campbell about the breakup of the capital versus operational funding for Cloncluster.
Yeah, there would be brokerage money that's available in the service support. So obviously that would be dependent on each women and children's circumstances. So obviously if there was an issue in terms of specific, pet care, etc., that would be factored into the case plan for that particular family.
Yep. Minister, are you aware of where in the state and sort of how many and where the gaps are when it comes to people being able to find a safe refuge for their animal if they are forced to flee to somewhere where they can't take their animal with them. So in Victoria, they have a great program as part of their RSPCA funding, where they've got dedicated spots at various pounds and things, so that for people with domestic and family violence circumstances that they're fleeing. Do you have visibility over, I guess, where the gaps are in New South Wales and what needs to be done?
I personally do not. We're busy trying to fill in gaps of where refuges are with the program. I know the RSPCA does some really great work in relation to supporting victim survivors in relation to keeping their pets and being able to financially support them when there is a crisis. I'm not quite sure at the moment whether we have detail of any gaps of pet-friendly accommodation, so unless that can be I'll take that on notice.
I might be able to come back to you this afternoon.
Thank you, that would be good. Which reminds me, sort of coming back to that discussion we were having before about the NCC minimum accessibility standards and how that impacts on women fleeing domestic and family violence. It's not just the refuges, but it's if you are in a situation, you've decided to leave, but the rental market is as it is, and you can't actually find a place that is pet friendly, or in the case of what I was talking about before, accessible for people with disability. That's where I guess your role comes in to ensure that there is more accommodation of that kind. So when it comes to the NCC standards, there's a very clear link with domestic and family violence, and it's something that the Older Women's Network has been making a lot of good noise about as well. Will you be advocating to your colleagues that we accept that minimum accessibility standard as a urgent matter?
Certainly, as far as the new builds that we're undertaking, my understanding, the work that's being led by the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, is that all of the new builds
for social housing,
yes,
but not for the market as a whole. So every other state and territory except for WA and New South Wales has mandated it for everybody. For some reason, we seem unable to do that in New South Wales, and I'm yet to get a clear answer or any justification as to why that would be the case. But given how important it is for seniors, for people with disability, for people fleeing domestic family violence, it just seems like a no-brainer to me, and yet we've got this hold-up. Will you be advocating for that standard to be implemented urgently?
I'll continue to have the conversations that I've been having in relation to particularly the silver standards. Yep.
Thank you. One of the other issues that I think we discussed last time was in relation to I would call the stubbornness of the police force in not implementing the recommendations of the Auditor General in the audit officer's report into police responses to domestic and family violence, and also the LEC recommendations when it comes to police being able to investigate people from the same command when it comes to domestic and family violence incidents. So this is something that at the moment we have a situation where basically the station command or the command sergeant, I always forget the terminology, has the discretion to say that involves one of our officers, will get a different command to investigate it, but it's not mandatory. And so one of the recommendations from both the LEC and the Auditor General was that it should be a mandatory thing. And again, there's been no movement in relation to that. Have you been advocating for the police minister to require that to happen?
I've been talking with the police minister on a huge range of matters in relation to domestic and family violence, and I've been out to the Domestic and Family Violence Registry a couple of times.
Mhm.
And I think the work that they are doing, while I don't have an intimate knowledge of the work that they are doing and will be doing, will go a long way to overcoming, will go some way rather, to overcoming some of the issues that have been raised by both of those reports.
Because this one's pretty extraordinary, I think. Like, in terms of, would it pass the pub test? When I tell people, friends that aren't involved in politics, that if you are being abused by a person who happens to be a police officer, you are not guaranteed that their mates won't investigate them if you complain about them. That is a pretty extraordinary thing for most people to grasp. Do you think it's appropriate that victims approaching the police for help have to basically take it on faith that the person in charge of that command may, in your circumstances, transfer it to someone else for investigation, but maybe they won't? Like, that would really impact on whether or not you would actually try and get the police's help in the first place if you were being abused, don't you think?
Yeah. I think it's incredibly important that any police investigation is thorough and done professionally. Whether or not the complainant is a police officer or whether it's a member of the community, everybody expects our police to be dealing with complaints made to them professionally and thoroughly. I do think having the Domestic Family Violence Registry, having oversight of the issues in relation to domestic and family violence across the police force will be helpful. And there's a lot of work being done. And I've got to say, I think that the police force has become more open to working with people and organisations outside of their own expertise in recent times, and I think that's a really good thing.
I do too. I think it is still extraordinary, though, that they're not taking... We have both the LEC and the Auditor General, who are independent organisations who have been put in these, very important roles in our democracy to hold people to account. They have made a very clear recommendation, both of them, that police should not investigate each other when it comes to claims of domestic and family violence. And yet the police force is stubbornly saying, we're going to just keep doing what we do because we know better. How is the public to have faith in the police when that is the response?
I think there's ongoing... My understanding is that there is ongoing work to work through, particularly the LEC report.
Okay.
Yep.
One of the other issues that I keep raising with the police minister is in relation to the numbers of currently serving police officers who have been convicted of a domestic and family violence offence. So there are a huge number who have been charged with domestic family violence offences. There are a number who have then been found guilty but no conviction because of their standing as a police officer or whatever. And then there are those police officers who have been convicted and continue to keep their jobs. Given the police force is supposed to be in our society on the sort of front line of dealing with domestic and family violence incidents, do you think it's appropriate that we continue to have tolerance for officers who are also committing that offence?
I don't... Well... I think perpetrators of domestic violence, people who use domestic violence in relationships, should be held to account. We believe... I talk about perpetrators being held to account. I talk about perpetrators being held accountable, and police are no different.
And given that we have, so as at, when I asked the other day, it was 54 currently serving police officers have been charged with 91 domestic violence related offences. 2 currently serving police officers have been convicted of domestic and family violence offences. It was taken on record how many are guilty without a conviction recorded, but as at the 6th of March, we had 11 found guilty without a conviction recorded, and they're all just still working in the force. Given the need to restore confidence in the police's ability to deal with domestic and family violence, do you think we should be adopting a zero tolerance approach to people who have themselves been found to have committed a domestic and family violence offence being in the police?
I think there are certain requirements to being a police officer, and I think all police should all police should have to adhere to those requirements, including whether they have criminal convictions.
Exactly. But you don't think that there is a perception problem if we have, and I guess it's not just without context, we have police sitting there with convictions, we have police being able to investigate each other for these offences. Do you think we need to sort of shake that up so that from a victim survivor's perspective, they can walk into a station and think that they're going to be dealt with in the appropriate manner?
I do think it needs to be shaken up. The LEC report clearly said that it needed to be shaken up. And I honestly do believe that the Minister for Police and the Police Commissioner are working through shaking that up.
I asked for current numbers at the police estimates as well, and I'm waiting to get back the details on notice. But as at the last estimates, so the 5th of March 2024, we had 18 currently serving police officers who had been charged with 39 offences relating to sexual violence. So these are not the ones who were found guilty of domestic and family violence, but we're talking now just about sexual violence offences in isolation. So 18 currently serving police officers as at 5th of March. I understand 5 of them have now been let go. So I don't know, because I don't have the numbers to compare it to exactly yet, but as at that 5th of March number, of those 18 currently serving police officers with 39 offences, 2 of the charges were of sex with a person under 10, still serving in the police force, and 5 of the charges were of sexual offences with children between 10 and 16. I don't understand how you can be charged with an offence, a sexual offence, with a child and still get to sit in the police force. Do you think that is appropriate?
I think sexual offences are absolutely abhorrent, obviously. I think the police in New South Wales should be above reproach.
Yeah. You can understand how people are just not very trusting to come forward. And it's another one of those issues where victims of sexual violence find it incredibly difficult to disclose in the first place. And if you don't have a guarantee that the person behind the desk isn't also being charged with a offence, that's pretty, sort of, it's an added obstacle. Do you think we should have a zero tolerance approach to police that have been charged with a child sex offence, at least, even if we don't get to the adult sex offences?
I honestly believe that every single one of our police officers should be above reproach.
Thank you. I think I can probably do the rest of it this afternoon. How much time do I have left? 5 minutes. Can I just ask you, Ms. Tonkin, while I'm here, your role is still relatively new. How is it going? Have you got a full staff on board now? And what are you currently focused on as a priority?
Sure, it's going well. Thanks for asking. I released my strategic plan in March. So that had 6 broad overarching priorities, and they're pretty wide-ranging. The first one is to put people with lived experience, so victim survivors of domestic, family and sexual violence, at the centre of everything we do. And I'm doing a lot of work in my office around that priority. That's really at the centre of everything else. And then the second priority is about oversight and monitoring of the New South Wales plans. So that's all that work on increasing collaboration, coordination across government, improving governance. So that's a big focus as well of my role. And then the third priority is strengthening responses, so making them safe, accessible, so looking at justice responses as well as frontline services. Primary prevention, and that links in, is fourth priority, so that links in with the primary prevention strategy and a lot of the awareness raising and changing attitudes and changing behaviours. So that's a big piece of work and a big focus. And then the fifth priority is workforce. So that links into some of your questions earlier and what's needed for frontline workers, for everyone across the sector in New South Wales, within government and outside of government. And then finally, women's economic safety and security, but specifically in the context of domestic and family violence. So what women need to leave abusive relationships, economic abuse, financial abuse, raising awareness of those issues as well, and supporting women through healing and recovery as well and their economic well-being. So they're the 6 priorities in my strategic plan. And yes, my office now is basically fully formed. We're still doing a little bit of recruitment, but I have my office established now, so it's going well.
Excellent. During the budget process, so I think one of the frustrations I had, particularly with the previous government, was, you get these issues like something as important as women's safety, but it then gets split between so many people that we end up having every minister being notionally a bit responsible, but then no one being wholly responsible, and so things actually get missed. And I think a great part of your role was to be that sort of glue to make sure there was a more coordinated approach. Did that come into play during the budget process at all, given that there were multiple different, sort of competing bids going into Cabinet? Were you involved at all in that sort of putting some sort of overarching review of that package of different reforms that came out?
Yeah, not really on the budget side. So I actually provide oversight and monitoring more on the overarching policy framework and strategy and the governance.
Yeah.
Not so much all the different funding aspects of it. That's really the focus of the department. So I'm quite deliberately trying to stay a bit independent of that process as much as possible.
Yeah, because I'm honestly, trying to sort of work out the sort of the mechanisms of government and what would be, I guess where the gaps still are. But I think a really good example that was brought to me was, the lack of, there was effectively a funding cut for the charitable organisations under the POTCA Act. So these are, RSPCA and AWL. Who do quite a lot of work when it comes to, and could do a lot more if they were funded, in terms of that link between domestic and family violence and animal cruelty. And so it was put to me that, if you were looking holistically at the budget, even though there's some money going in over here, if you're reducing it in these other areas, you can still be having a net negative because of on the issue that we're trying to solve in terms of domestic family violence, because you've sort of taken a service away somewhere else. It's all so connected. Is there any way of casting that sort of women's safety lens over the whole of government? And maybe that's a question for you, Minister, whether it's something you've thought about as well. I know in other jurisdictions they have sort of gender lens on budgets and other things, but is there a need for that more holistic approach when it comes to something like prevention of domestic and family violence?
We do have a gender lens across certainly parts of our budget, and that's becoming wider, particularly on new project proposals. The domestic family violence task force has been established to really do a couple of things to drive the implementation of the emergency package, to really have a look at the existing strategies and frameworks about that we have in relation to domestic and family violence across government and across other jurisdictions, and to put in and to provide advice to government on future phases of those whole of government reforms. So that task force, I think, will have a key role in looking at that whole of government. How do you actually juggle those competing priorities? And I would imagine there'll be some pretty robust discussions happening within that task force about those priorities.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you. Any questions from government members? No? Well, that concludes the morning session. Thank you very much, Minister. And for everyone else, we'll see you back after lunch. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Welcome back for the afternoon session. We'll start with questions from the opposition and then to the crossbench. I might start. This morning we touched on the government funding of or the tendering process for DV positions, and I just wanted to have a better understanding of how the funding decisions were made when it came to non-ACOs tendering for contracts.
Mm-hmm. So, Ms McLaren-Jones, is that for the new workers, the 118 workers? In terms of I probably need to just put in context that we had quite a lot of prescription that was allocated to states and territories from the Commonwealth, and I've been involved in a lot of tendering processes over the years, and this was the most complicated one, I've got to honestly say.
Always good to blame the feds.
Well, I'm not blaming our colleagues, just to say they could maybe simplify things a little bit. But essentially the Commonwealth had particular priority cohorts that we had to target, so that included rural, regional and remote communities, so 69.5 FTE had to go into those locations. Culturally and linguistically diverse communities, 21.3. First Nations communities, 20.5. LGBTIQ+, A+, communities, 5.5. And women with disability, 4.6 FTE. They also specified specific locations as well across New South Wales. And the funding was to support both a mix of trainees as well as experienced workers. So that made it a very, I've got to say, complex process. And then the actual allocation methodology for those positions, obviously we looked at the quantitative data from the New South Wales Bureau of Crime Statistics and researched local government area level information on domestic and family violence rates, sexual assault rates, First Nations domestic and family violence rates, population diversity and density data, settlement data and domestic violence victimisation data on young people under 18 years of age. So that was overlaid with information on the existing domestic and family violence, footprints across the state. And we then consulted, obviously, with our Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes team in DCJ and DCJ districts. We also did external consultation with Sector Peak, so DV New South Wales, No to Violence, ACON, People with Disability, Y Foundation, Settlement Services International, the Aboriginal Women's Advisory Network was also consulted. And then it was a mixture of either direct negotiations, once we'd done the market analysis across the state on the gaps and looking at the data. So there was some specific intentions by this government to obviously target ACOs, and so we did do a market assessment of ACOs that potentially could take that up. So it may have been a direct negotiation in parts of the state and then an open tender in other parts of the state.
And that criteria was quite broad. How or what work has been done, I suppose, to build the capacity, whether it's an ACO or a culturally linguistically diverse background or youth or whatever the category was that you need to find or identify staff to work in?
Look, there has been some work done with ACOs in the domestic and family violence space. So, for example, out in Moody-Parkey region, so Western New South Wales, we're co-designing an Aboriginal model out there because for what works for Aboriginal communities is likely to be different for the broader community. And similarly, we're looking at different service models, particularly with the new funding to really look at more of that co-design, particularly in Western New South Wales where there's a scarcity. And we do have some excellent ACOs out there. Through the previous core and cluster, which was the core and cluster that was announced a couple of years ago, we did a specific investment in ACO development as well to sort of build some of the capability, but there's a lot more to do.
And what about a sort of cold community?
Again, we do have, there was the election commitment for the domestic and multicultural domestic and family violence service in southwest Sydney, which opened this year, that works specifically with women and children from culturally diverse backgrounds.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a couple of questions, Ms Campbell, about that multicultural centre. Could you just tell us a bit about how it's actually working?
Yes, I'll just find my note here. I think it's working very well. It's being led by the Muslim Women's Association.
Yep.
And it's actually called the New South Wales Multicultural Service and Centre of Excellence for Domestic and Family Violence and Sexual Assault. I should have said, sorry, a contract was awarded for Settlement Services International. Sorry, I've used the wrong NGO.
Right.
The centre was...
Settlement Services, they're people who assist migrants to the country?
Correct.
Yep.
And we fund them for other things within government. It's been operational since April 2024 and it was launched in May 2024 this year. So it's 4.4 million over 3 years and 3 months. We actually enabled a 3-month sort of setup to fully deliver on those services. So it includes primary prevention, early intervention, response, recovery and healing and system enablers. It also services some regional locations, which includes Armidale, Coffs Harbour, Narellan and Hamilton.
Sorry, is Narellan regional?
Campbelltown?
Yeah. Is
I don't
Campbelltown
know.
regional?
It's in my notes. I could question Campbelltown being
sorry,
regional.
can you just give me those again? Armidale, Narellan, what were the
Coffs
others?
Harbour and Hamilton, which is
Where's
in
Hamilton?
Newcastle.
Oh, right, of course.
Near
yes.
Newcastle,
Yes,
or
yeah,
in
yeah,
Newcastle.
Thank you. Yeah. And so nothing in the southwest of the state then? Nothing southwest?
Yeah, it is in
of,
southwest Sydney. They're based in southwest
No,
Sydney.
not of the state. So Narellan is Campbelltown. There's nothing in the southwest of the state. So nothing
No,
Cooma,
not at this
Deniliquin.
point, no.
So how would people from those areas be able to interact with the centre?
I'd need to take that on notice just to find out their reach. Obviously, they've got a specific funding allocation of 4.4 million, so it would depend on, I guess, the resourcing, how far that they could reach across New South Wales. But happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, look, if you could take it on notice, and perhaps also, I don't know whether this is possible, if they have been reaching out to people, an indication of what geographical areas they might have been reaching out to, and also whether there's any possibility of, or any thought being given to the ability for regional groups to perhaps collaborate with the centre and learn from and extend the footprint and the reach of the centre.
Yeah, happy to take that on notice.
Thank you very much.
And just, sorry, just on that, if you can also ask them what their forward plan is on being able to, I suppose, reach out into all the districts or whatever, however it's sort of divided up, and the time frame of that.
Yeah, I do have a note here that says the centre also participates in 25 networks and communities with a focus on domestic and family violence and multicultural communities. So I'll take that on notice because I suspect they probably do have a bit more detail.
And if we could get a list of the networks, so I assume they're localised organisations, if it's possible for them to provide that.
Happy to take that
Thank
on
you.
notice.
And sorry, can I just ask one more question? When you were talking about all the different groups that the Commonwealth Government had said needed to be targeted with the 118 workers, I didn't hear whether there was any particular concern about domestic violence in seniors. Is that an area of concern, or there's no workers in that area, there's no need for workers in that area?
It wasn't called out, but obviously it would pick up seniors accessing those services as well.
Yeah, but are there any specialist services for
not that I'm
seniors?
aware
Is there a
of.
perceived need for any specialist services for seniors and domestic violence?
Probably, but I'll take that on notice.
All right, thank you.
I might just move to sort of carers and volunteers as in the same sort of questioning around budgets and budget allocation. So the of the funding that's been allocated to for the volunteers portfolio and the carers portfolios, how much of that has been allocated to peaks?
For volunteering, the New South Wales Volunteering Centre gets $17,000. And that's within a 200k budget, so it's a relatively small budget. Within that budget, there's also the New South Wales Volunteer Recruitment Portal, which is $32,000. The New South Wales Volunteer Awards, $70,000. The New South Wales Community Sports Awards, $5,000. I've mentioned the New South Wales Data Volunteering Research Institute gets 50,000, and there's also about 3,000, nearly 4,000 for Volunteers Week, and then some other, I think about $22 million for additional resources. And with the carers, there's the Carers Investment Grants Program. That gets 3.1 million over 2 years, so that's 24, 25, 25, 26. And the round opened on the 12th of August with funding to be in place by March of next year. So for this year, it's obviously 1.56 million, and then the following year, another $1.56 million. There's then the Carers and Employees Program, which is 300K over 3 years. So that's delivered by Carers New South Wales. Carers New South Wales gets $6.5 million over 5 years. So we've actually just entered a new 5-year contract from 24-25 to 22-28, 29, and that's $1.3 million per annum. And then there's Carers Week, which is in October, which is 400K over 2 years.
And the investment grants, what's the criteria for that?
I'll just have to find it. Carers.
Who's being targeted?
Just trying to find it here. Oh, here we go. Of course, it's at the back of the folder. I'm going to have to reorder these next time. I don't think I've got the actual criteria here, Ms McLaren-Jones, but I can take that on notice.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. And then this morning I asked about programs and initiatives supporting Aboriginal participation and volunteering, which was taken on notice. If, depending on what the answer is, if there are programs and initiatives, how much has funding's been allocated to those?
Okay, I'll take that on notice. It might be in the grants that have been allocated over the last year and this year, yep.
Thank you.
Please repeat that question, sorry.
Sorry?
What was the request?
In relation to programs and initiatives to support, I specifically asked this morning, training, recruiting and recognising Indigenous volunteers in New South Wales.
I don't have it. I thought I might.
No, I don't
Sorry.
think you do.
Thanks.
That's fine. Just in relation to the portal, so I'm just clarifying it's through DCJ that portal is managed?
I understand that's the case, but I'm happy to correct it on record if it's wrong.
And do you, I suppose, track those that register to access the portal and what sort of data is gathered from it?
I'd need to take that on notice.
That's fine. In the budget this year, I noticed that there's the $2 million's been allocated for the return to work as part of the Carers Action Plan. Is there an indication of, I suppose, how many women are likely to be supported? Is there a target?
I again need to take that on notice.
Okay.
I've got a couple.
Yeah, I've got. Well, I've actually got a couple for in relation to the recruitment of the Ageing and Disability Commissioner. Has any funds been allocated to the recruitment process?
No.
And I'm not
Can
sure.
I just say there would be funding for recruitment processes generally, because it would be anticipated in the course of any given year that there'd be positions at PSSE level and the like that would require funding, but beyond that, nothing specific for the Ageing and Disability Commissioner.
And just to outline what the recruitment process has been.
The recruitment process remains on foot. The position has been advertised and interviews have taken place.
Okay, that's it.
And is there a timeline for when that position will be filled?
It's not a secretary's appointment, so it's not really my place to comment.
Understand. Thank you very much. I don't believe that the New South Wales strategy for the prevention of domestic, family and sexual violence 24-27 has been released yet. Or am I wrong?
Which one, sorry?
The New South Wales strategy for the prevention of domestic, family and sexual violence 24-27, has that been released?
The primary prevention strategy?
Yeah.
No. The primary prevention strategy, no.
No.
It's
Imminent.
September.
Imminent.
Imminent. By Christmas?
I would hope so.
So then does it become not false advertising because it's 25-27?
Look, I think the Minister this morning talked about it was imminent, so I think that was a truthful answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why the delay? Like what's the hold up with getting it out?
I think we also wanted to consider what's happening at the national level as well, particularly in terms of the rapid review, and to make sure that we've included, and particularly given the experiences in New South Wales this year, to make sure we've got it right.
Okay. And what about the 10-year workforce development plan for domestic and family violence?
We're
Where's that
hoping
at?
for that to be published towards the end of the year, November.
Okay. And then what happens with funding? Is there funding then committed for that, or?
There's some funding, I'm pretty sure, in the emergency package for that. But obviously we're going to need to consult, and that's what we'll be doing. And just to go back to, I think, some earlier questions today from Miss Boyd, I believe, in terms of why it's taken so long to get this workforce strategy, given we got the report in December. It's actually a very complex report. I've just recently seen a draft of the analysis that the team has done, and it does really look at different parts of the general workforce across New South Wales. So it sort of breaks it down, you know, by cohorts, like people who work in the child protection space, health specialist workers. So it is complex, and we want to make sure that we consult properly in terms of what's going to be the implementation plan around that workforce strategy.
And look, I have a general workforce question, which you may not be able to help me, because I'm aware that most of the workforce is actually contracted out to various service providers, but I'm also wondering what conditions there are in those service contracts. If you think about the sort of work that we're asking these frontline workers to do and the issue of vicarious trauma, I'm just wondering, are there requirements in place in all the service agreements? Are we supporting our frontline workers appropriately?
I think we can always do more to support our frontline workers, and I think some of the funding certainty for those specialist domestic and family violence services is really critical. So that's why it was really welcome at National Cabinet that the Commonwealth Government, particularly in terms of the national partnership, has agreed to, 5-year contracts, which is fabulous. So that's sort of point one. I think that most of our specialist domestic and family violence services do provide supervision and support, but I think they would also argue that there could be more investment in that space, and I think that's what we'll see when we get the workforce strategy about how we can better support that workforce.
And a quick question in relation to the drug summit, which you may or may not be able to help me with. Given the clear link between substance abuse and domestic violence, is this an issue that will be considered at the drug summit?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Right. Thank you, because it would be disappointing if domestic violence was completely brushed from something as important as that. Just, sorry, looking for these other questions that are also at the back of
I
my
might
folder.
just clarify an answer I provided before in terms of the volunteering portal. So it is funded by DCJ, but Seek Volunteer actually manage it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And therefore, DCJ or the government can't access the data because
We
it's
may
managed.
be able to do that, so I'll take that on notice.
That's fine. While you're looking, I might just go back to, I'm just going back to that return to work, $2 million. I just want to clarify if that is for a focus on, as in the carers plan, the return to work action item, or is it a separate return to work women in general, not women as carers.
So I think this is in the women's portfolio.
good. Yep.
So it's the Return to Work Pathways program.
Yep.
And Carers New South Wales received a grant for just under $250,000
So that is just for carers. The rest of the funding is
for different focus communities. Exactly.
And does that include also the Return to Work toolkits as part of that?
So the Return to Work toolkits are an initiative of Women New South Wales that support women returning to work. So they've both got the same objective, but they're not distinctly tied together.
Okay. Because the Return to Work program is targeting supporting women who have been unemployed for 30 days or less.
So that was the Return to Work program, which was a program under the previous government. So the Return to Work Pathways program is a little bit different. So the Return to Work program funding went to individuals. So that was a COVID initiative where women received a $5,000 grant. The Return to Work Pathways program goes to organisations who then help women find employment.
Just so you know, we have an arrangement with the crossbench that will continue until they come in, because they're in the other hearing at the moment.
Fantastic.
I'd like to ask some questions about the safety pilot program at North Ryde. Is there anyone who can help me with those questions?
What was it called, sorry?
Safe with a capital T, pilot program at North Ryde.
I'd have to take that on notice.
Oh, okay. It's to help women and families transition out of domestic and family violence.
Yeah, I'd need to take, I think that's a specific program, but happy to take that on notice.
The essential question is that it's a case management program which will cease operation in December this year, and wondering about continuing support for that program. It seems to be very cost effective. It's largely self-funded with a very small investment from government with very good results, as I am informed.
Okay, and what's the service called?
SAFE, S-A-F-E, capital T.
Okay.
And it operates in North Ryde.
Okay.
It's principally self-funded. The government's been providing 7% of the funding, which is an amount of $40,000. But they need that $40,000 to continue to do their work in relation to women and families. I wonder if somebody can help me in relation to implementation of the Domestic and Family Violence Common Risk Assessment and Management Framework in schools.
In schools?
In schools, child protection responses, and in housing and homeless services, ensuring staff have the capability to identify domestic and family violence and assess or manage risk. I'm just wondering about how that framework is to be implemented.
Yeah, we're currently in the process of developing what as you said, the Common Risk Assessment Management Framework. We call it the CRAMP. And
Sorry, what do you call it?
the CRAMP. We always have a good acronym in government.
No, makes sense, yes.
And it's really to provide guidance about DFE risk assessment across a range of specialist and non-specialist workforces that work with people experiencing DFE. I'm just looking at the current, so it's currently being developed in partnership with the University of New South Wales. Since June 2024, consultation on the draft CRAMP has been held with about 90 organisations, both within government and non-government services. The final CRAMP, or Risk Assessment Framework, will be delivered to government for consideration in October, November this year. It's not a specific risk assessment tool, but it is an evidence-based framework to better link and align existing tools, so there's a common language across both specialist and non-specialist services.
And is it thought that it's an area where you could have a one-size-fits-all approach, or it's designed to be a looser framework? Is that what you were saying?
It's meant to be broad but have the same principles. Obviously, if you're a very specialist worker, you're going to have other sort of more tailored tools like the DV safety assessment tool that's used in the Safer Pathways, and they're, you know, specialist domestic and family violence workers versus someone who might be in a childcare centre to be able to recognise the signs of risk in domestic and family violence. So that no doubt will be supplemented with training as well, and that's what we'll need to look at, how we target that to the different workforces. And it probably links in with my earlier comment around the workforce strategy, understanding what needs in terms of training that the whole workforce has in New South Wales, particularly specialist domestic and family violence workforce and sexual violence.
And the consultations included call groups?
Yes.
And is there funding for this in place?
There is funding, some funding to implement it. So we're still working through those details at the moment.
Okay. And just if you look at the breadth of the institutions across which the CRAMP is intended to be rolled out, how will you manage the training for childcare workers and TAFE teachers and school teachers? And I mean, it's a very broad cohort, isn't it?
Yeah, and we're working with the other government agencies in terms of how we design and implement that training, but we've kind of got to get the actual tool or the actual framework completed, and no doubt with that will be an implementation plan about how we roll out that training and support.
And is coercive control captured in this framework?
It will be, yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Perhaps, Ms White, perhaps question for you.
Yes.
So your Cabinet Office?
Yes.
Yes. And if Cabinet Office sought legal advice about a Cabinet matter, who would they normally get that advice from?
In respect of cabinet confidentiality or those associated issues?
Yeah.
It would depend on the context, but obviously we have a legal section and general counsel within the Cabinet Office, so they're often the appropriate port of call.
Yes.
Yes, so it was pretty context dependent, but that would often be the starting point.
Yeah, and how often would you brief out to the DPP?
Oh, okay, in respect to that question, yes. So basically when the Minister was speaking about that earlier and Mr Tidball, it was in respect of the fact that in relation to Molly Tysus, there's obviously criminal proceedings on foot, and so it's not so much that the specifics of the Cabinet discussion, but it was about ensuring that there's not too much public discussion about matters that might relate to a criminal proceeding.
It must be certainly not unusual, though, for there to be public policy discussions about policy issues which arise from a particular incident which may also be the subject of criminal charges.
In general, of course, within broad justice portfolios and with Mr Tidball's other portfolio hats on, there's a range of stakeholder consultations that are, there's formal groups and then obviously specific discussions on a range of matters. But in respect of Molly Tysus, I think obviously that tragic death was sort of a galvanising moment for the state, and in fact I think also galvanised the Prime Minister for a particular focus along with some other tragic incidences. So I think at those certain times there's another impetus for further work. Not that we need further impetus when it comes to the tragedy of domestic and family violence. But I should also be clear, because in the intro this morning I should have explained that the reason why I'm here specifically today is that Women New South Wales as a specific portfolio in terms of the women's strategy and those things was previously under the Premier's Department, and a decision was made for this financial year to move those specific programmatic and gender functions to my area in the Cabinet Office, which I was delighted by, and so that's the reason why I'm here today, as well as obviously supporting the Premier in the Premier's estimates.
Thank you. And so both the Premier's Department and the Cabinet Office, both the Premier has responsibility for both of those entities?
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So the Premier is the Minister responsible for anything that happens in the Cabinet Office?
Yes, and so we often call it a sort of sister agency relationship. So the Secretary of the Premier's Department and the Secretary of the Cabinet Office
both report into the Premier and regularly brief him, as do both the Premier's departments and the Cabinet Office teams.
Thank you. And just returning to the early discussion in relation to Ms Ticehurst and the review and the need to ensure that there is a fair trial for the accused.
Yes.
The Minister this morning indicated that a government response to that incident was the suite of bail laws, electronic monitoring and magistrates rather than registrars deciding bail matters that was rolled out. There doesn't appear to have been any government sensitivity about discussing those matters very broadly, about issuing a number of press releases about those, even though the Minister indicated that it was entirely predicated and in fact spurred on by the tragic incident at Forbes. Yet this review is somehow not available to be discussed. I don't understand the difference.
My understanding, what I would say is the difference is that those were broad policy decisions to make changes to law and budget settings, whereas the specific review that you're referring to looked at a set of support services that Ms Ticehurst was offered, so it's more specific to her particular case.
Except the Minister's words in Parliament were very clear that the purpose of that review was essentially to see if those support services had worked or not, and if they had not, how they could be adjusted to support other women in future. So what is happening if and I don't know because that we don't know the results of that review, if that review disclosed that there were support services that had not worked for whatever reason, when will they be recalibrated to protect the women of New South Wales?
So I think both Mr Tidball or perhaps it was the Minister referred to a task force that we have established, and that is co-chaired by Mr Tidball and the Secretary, my boss of the Cabinet Office, Kate Boyd. And the purpose of that forum, as the Minister spoke to, is both focusing on the delivery and implementation of the budget package, but more broadly looking at opportunities for systemic reform in domestic and family violence. So that's the kind of forum, and feeding into the ministers where if there was further reform to be had, that it could be progressed.
So this task force has responsibility for electronic monitoring?
We actually have a separate group that's been brought together to work through the quite specific detail
and what's
of that.
the relationship of that task force to the one that you've just described?
So there would be updates provided to the broader DV task force, but because of the specific mechanics that needed to be worked through on electronic monitoring, we also have a very focused additional group.
So we've got a DV task force,
yes,
and we've got related on one side an electronic monitoring task force.
Correct.
Yes.
And they're both under the purview of the Cabinet Office?
Well, as I said, the Domestic Violence Task Force is co-chaired by the Secretary of DCJ and the Secretary of the Cabinet Office,
okay,
and the Electronic Monitoring Task Force is chaired by the Cabinet Office, but with senior representation of police, corrections, the justice area of DCJ, Hannah, a variety of different relevant parties.
Sorry, Ms Cartwright. Cut you off, which is rude. Just in relation
I've
to
been
the,
guilty of that once or twice myself.
in relation to the Domestic and Family Violence Task Force, its role in bringing together heads of key government agencies really has probably three components. One is to drive whole of government implementation of the government's immediate domestic and family violence commitments. Secondly, to enhance agency coordination of domestic and family violence responses. And thirdly, build on and connect the government's reform agenda to existing state and national efforts on domestic and family violence and child and family wellbeing. And just what I would supplement my response by also adding that clearly where you have different task forces doing work, they need to be talking to each other, and there need to be bridges between those task forces, and we're very careful to ensure that that indeed happens.
So the task force you've just described has magistrates?
No.
So who is responsible for implementation of magistrates hearing bail matters then? Is that another task
So
force?
no. So in relation to those various DV initiatives being implemented from that
And one of the
package.
DV initiatives was that bail
Correct.
matters would be heard by
Correct.
magistrates.
And if I can just say, so
Yeah.
for example, Paul McKnight from DCJ, who is very close to that work, Deputy Secretary,
Yes.
attends. Similarly, I am close and very close to that work in relation to.
Sorry, what does Mr McKnight attend?
He attends the this task force to communicate with it and remain briefed on matters relevant to.
So who is responsible for making sure that magistrates make bail decisions?
When the Department of Communities and Justice, working with the attorney, is working to implement the arrangements whereby registrars will no longer make bail decisions, but those decisions will be made by magistrates, and there is an implementation plan being worked on by DCJ to, as I said in my evidence this morning, ensure that occurs by the end of 2024.
I understood from police that they were part of a working group associated with that.
Yes,
because
that
of
is
the need.
correct,
So
police.
where's police in terms of the DCJ task force that's doing this?
There is very close and tight coordination with police in all of these activities. We are talking constantly.
Okay, so do I understand this, that there is a domestic and family violence task force
Yes.
and there is an AG's magistrates task force that has conversations with the police, and there is a separate electronic monitoring task force? Is this what's happening in this space?
I'm just looking at this. Why that's pretty close.
Yes, I'm not
Yeah.
sure if, do you have a task force for the
Yeah.
magistrate one?
No, we don't have a
Yeah,
task force.
that would
So
just be-
this is not a task force.
That's
What,
just
what do we call
coordinated
the
work.
Attorney General's magistrates? What do we call this?
Well, there is
We
coordination.
call this
there is
Mr
not-
McKnight's work, do we?
Yeah, it's just a body of work
It's
that's
a-
been
it's a
implemented.
So this is
Second
Mr
piece of-
McKnight
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the police, and you are across this. What does this, what work then is left in terms of implementation of the government's current DV plan for this central task force to be doing?
Well, I've indicated the three heads of work that it has done. It
And
is
one of
also-
those heads was implementation of the government's policy. And the policy was change the threshold for bail for show cause. That's been done. Magistrates doesn't sit in this task force. Electronic monitoring doesn't sit in this task
Can I
force.
also indicate, well, a significant body of work being overseen, Ms Carter, by that group as well, is implementation of the government's funding package.
And what is that funding for? That's for the workers that haven't been employed yet?
No, that's...
Who's supervising that work?
That task force, so the $246 million.
So this task force is implementing the Commonwealth funding?
No, I'm
No,
talking the New
no,
South,
the New South Wales
emergency, the
So
emergency
this is the
package.
New South Wales funding.
Correct.
Where do I put the body that's implementing the 118 workers funded by the Commonwealth?
That's overseen by the task force as well.
So
it
this is
includes
also that
national-
118?
Yeah, and it
Okay.
includes also the response by New South Wales to the National Cabinet.
Okay.
So it's informing
And
a whole
where
of
do we
government
put
position.
whatever Cabinet decided about the Molly Ticehurst review? Where do we put that?
That was a review undertaken, as Ms White said, by the Cabinet Office.
And Ms White said that if there was work that was coming out of that, it would be looked at in this.
if there was broader policy issues to be raised, that would be absolutely appropriate, because Ms Carter, what we're speaking about is that task force is about whole of government coordination of both implementation of current budget initiatives and any deliberations about what else government should do. So, for example, we spoke before about the primary prevention strategy, and that would be a topic of discussion amongst that task force. What's the evidence base around primary prevention? What more should we be doing? What are the opportunities? Or perhaps some of the other matters today raised in terms of workforce or specific issues. So it's basically like we try and do the best version of whole of government coordination to get the best advice to government on policy and budget settings, but then specific issues of particular areas of implementation would either be just dealt with in as sort of day-to-day business of DCJ or have other coordination mechanisms like EM.
The work of this central task force,
Yes.
which minister takes this to Cabinet?
It's the Premier and the Minister for Prevention of Domestic and Family and Sexual Violence.
So this would be, and as between the two of them, who has ultimate responsibility, or they share it? Does it ever fall between two stools, I suppose, is what I'm asking?
Not in my experience.
No, I think we have. I think we would say that it's really helpful when you get agencies collaborating effectively together, because we've had discussions today about there is always the risk of things falling through the cracks if there isn't that effective communication.
Yes.
So these forums are an opportunity for people to share their inputs. And occasionally in government, it's a very big place. You do have the aha moment of actually we could work better together on those issues. So it's precisely for that purpose that we have forums like this.
And electronic monitoring, who takes that to Cabinet?
In terms of in terms of the responsibilities, I think Mr. Tidball referred to it in his evidence earlier. We formed a task force group specifically on that because the state of New South Wales had never electronically monitored in this context before. It was a new policy position. So we needed to get the right combinations of agencies together to work out what was the best approach to implementation. As discussed previously,
With respect,
that's
Ms.
been
White, you'll
finalised.
appreciate that this looks like a lot of task forces, but no minister actually taking responsibility to implement government policy. And with respect, a lot of these things that were urgent matters for women's safety are taking month after month after month. And it is very hard to understand what is being done by this government to urgently protect women.
Note your comment. I'll just add one extra point, which is in a complex area of policy, it's very ordinary for there to be a range of ministerial responsibilities and different legislative accountabilities. So we would consider it quite normal that in a package of supports for domestic and family violence, that there would be specific areas of responsibility for the Attorney General to take forward, specific areas for police, specific areas where Minister Harrison would play the leadership and coordination role. So that's what we're seeking to do, and at an officials level to support the range of ministers so that they can use the levers that they have in their portfolios and their legislative responsibilities.
So 11 months before a single contract for a domestic violence worker was put out to tender. No actual date for electronic monitoring, and legislation passed months ago. Can you say electronic monitoring will be in force on the X of the X?
In my evidence this morning,
Which date
indicated,
was it?
I said early during the month of October.
But we don't, with respect, Mr. Tidball, you can't say the 1st or the 15th or the 30th. And with respect,
Point of order, Chair. I mean, the question's been asked specifically of a time frame. The Secretary of the Department's given a month, and you're persisting now with a political point of zeroing in on a date. I think it's highly unfair. The question's been answered thoroughly, and you should move on.
To the point of order, the question was actually a date, not a time frame.
Well, a date can be a month or a day in a month. They've given an accurate example and an accurate date as possible, and you're now pressing a political point based on nuances of which day in the month.
I uphold the point of order and also remind the member that witnesses can answer the questions as they feel fit.
I think I have made the point. The review, the cabinet review into Ms. Ticehurst's death and, well, not into her death, but into her interactions with government services leading up to her death. That seemed to take a couple of months. Is that the normal time frame for this type of review? Ms White or Mr Tibble, who could help me with that?
One observation I would make is that often in various forms of public inquiries, whether they're independent or undertaken by government, there would be reviews undertaken on specifics and broader policies. So this was a reasonably specific one, so it seems like a reasonable time frame. But as you've noted, these are complex issues, so they can be given longer or shorter time periods, honestly, depending on the context.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, if there was any work which flowed from that review which suggested that certain agencies could have functioned better or there could have been better communication, if there was any work, that would be undertaken by the overarching working group that Mr Tidball convenes, is that correct?
Yeah, I would anticipate so, and I can't recall whether we've actually called out, Ms Carter, that the members of the task force, co-chaired by myself and Kate Boyd, the Secretary of the Cabinet Office, but also with the Secretaries of Health, Education and the Police Commissioner as members as well. And that is a pretty senior and critical group of leaders from across government.
Yeah. And how often does the task force meet?
I believe monthly.
Monthly, and I think we're up to either our third or fourth meeting.
Yep.
Fourth meeting.
Yep.
Okay, so when was it established?
I have to take the exact date on notice.
We'd
Either May or June.
We'd be happy to do that, Ms Carter.
Thank you very much. And who sets the agenda for the meetings?
So I have a team member who provides the secretariat support for the two secretaries, and that's done as a sort of a collaborative process. So we have actions arising from the last meeting that might form the agenda. We take advice from DCJ as well.
Thank you very much. And you may not be able to satisfy me, but I understand if there was a specific issue about the review that would go to the guilt or innocence of the person who has been accused of the murder, discussion of that may prejudice the trial. But how can discussion of policy matters and interaction with government agencies of a person who is now deceased, how can that influence the outcome of a criminal trial?
I think overall, constantly in government, we are looking at service mapping and journey mapping of how to reduce any gaps or think about the best sort of service response to people. So at that broad level, Ms Carter, it will be factored into all of our deliberations, but the specifics of this review were quite focused, and so it is not being shared widely within government, let alone externally, while criminal proceedings are on foot. So I think that's all we can really say at this stage.
Okay, I remain confused by that, I must say. Will that change if the accused opts for a judge-alone trial?
I would have to
if you could take that on notice?
Yeah.
And will the report be made public eventually?
This morning indicated that his intention, yes.
Great, thank you very much.
I might go back to some seniors questions to start. Just in relation to senior card holders, do you have the number of people that hold a seniors card? I can't remember if that was mentioned this morning.
There are approximately 1.97 million seniors card and senior savers members in New South Wales.
And is it possible to get a breakdown by postcode?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I don't have that with me today.
And just to clarify, the Ageing Well in New South Wales plan, is that being reviewed and announced next year?
Yes, that's my understanding.
But you don't have a date or a time frame?
I probably do in here, so I might be able to come back in a sec.
And also, how many new businesses have registered for the senior card for 2024?
Okay. Let me have a look. Here we go. Senior card members have direct access to online discounts and benefits from more than 3,000 participating businesses across the state and from legacy businesses that accept the card at the point of sale.
And do you know what the figure was for 2023?
I think it was similar, but happy to take that on notice.
And do you also then have a breakdown of the types of businesses and by location or postcode?
I'd need to take that on notice. I'm not sure how easy that is to get.
No, that's fine.
Because some businesses operate across the state and may be in every geography, others only work in specific locations.
Yep, that's fine. And the next one you might need to take on notice as well in relation to the young carers awareness training and information sessions that were held over the, I suppose, 2023-24 period.
I'll take that on notice.
And how many were located in schools and universities?
Okay, I'll take that on notice too.
The other one is what level of care employment program of level of accreditation has DCJ achieved?
Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
It's the care employment program and the level of accreditation for DCJ.
I'd need to take that on notice. I know we do have policies for staff members who are carers, but I'm happy to take that one on notice.
That's fine. In relation to the Homeless Innovation Fund that was announced yesterday, I note that DB New South Wales was there as well, and I'm wondering whether or not there's been an allocation of funds that will go to support older women and also for domestic violence victims.
I'm happy to take that on notice. It's obviously under Minister Jackson's portfolio, but we can come back to you.
Yep, thank you. I might actually move to a couple of questions to Ms Mackenzie in relation to the literature review that I asked about this morning of the Minister. I was wondering whether or not you'd presented those findings to the Minister or her office.
That's a piece of work that was actually done a little while back. We've just published the literature review and also the research report that accompanies it this year. I'd have to take that on notice to see whether the previous Commissioner had discussed that with the Minister.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And in it, I found that basically was saying that there needs to be additional early intervention and supports that are needed for carers to prevent abuse. I just wanted to know if you could elaborate on some of those findings and what, I suppose, what the recommendations are for particularly early intervention and then additional supports.
Yeah, so there were a range of things that actually came out of that that key research, ranging from inadequate, in some areas, inadequate support for carers being a factor in relation to abuse of adults with disability and older people, family carers, sorry, I should elaborate. But also factors like a range of things like some carers not being aware that their behaviour would constitute abuse or could be viewed through the lens of abuse, carers not being aware of services that are available to them. We partnered with New South Wales Uni for the literature review and the research report, but also Carers New South Wales for key aspects of the project. And the parts where they assisted were the consultation with family carers themselves to inform the recommendations, but Carers New South Wales also provided us with their recommendations about what would be helpful for assisting carers in relation to a range of the findings that had come from that research. One of the things that we have done, and on the advice of Carers New South Wales, in terms of development of resources or information for carers, is really to leverage as much as possible off the existing kind of suite of programs and resources that Carers New South Wales has. Carers New South Wales is one of a number of agencies, for example, that provide carer support through funding from Commonwealth and also through New South Wales Government. Part of the piece that we've been working on is some upskilling for ADC staff around understanding the points at which, when we're having conversations with family carers, one, how best to have those conversations to assist carers to be more likely to take up support, as well as to appreciate the support that's available. The assistance that we can provide indirectly, linking people to the supports that are available, and better recognising by ADC staff as well as service providers working with adults with disability and older people, better recognising signs of carer stress to be able to provide that early intervention and support to maximise the likelihood that one, we're kind of recognising that carer stress as a factor that may be contributing to abuse and seeking to reduce those risks in order to get a better outcome for the individuals that we're assisting. So there's a number of strategies off the back of the work that Carers New South Wales has done with us in this space that are still being implemented. So training modules for the ADC and also for service providers working with families, a number of kind of resources designed to better illustrate carer stress, so indicators of carer stress, so for our own staff, but also for us to use directly with carers, because a range of carers, as you may appreciate, don't necessarily recognise carer stress themselves or signs of carer stress in order to know when they need to reach out or that assistance would be useful. We've also, with the assistance of Carers New South Wales, developed some resources for carers directly about working with the ADC. Again, with a view to kind of improving the success of some of that early intervention approach where the ADC is involved, and improving the likelihood that carers would be prepared to accept support or to assist us to take a more supportive approach in response to the reports that we receive. And there's a number of other kind of continuing pieces of work that Carers New South Wales are doing still in relation to our project, but are part of their broader suite of linked to other projects that they've got going. So one, for example, relates to restrictive practices. One of the things that came out of the research was, and links to the point that I made earlier about some carers not recognising that their actions or behaviours could be considered to be abuse, is the use of restrictive practices by a range of family carers. In some cases deliberate, but in a range of cases also just not knowing where else they get that support and responding in a way that they have found to be effective in addressing some of the behaviour concerns and for them to provide support to the adult with disability or older person. So there's a piece of work that's happening at the moment to look at how do we, and Carers New South Wales, how do we best assist carers to, in a very simple way, to understand what restrictive practices are, what that looks like, and what the alternatives are. So where support is available, from prevention or a prevention lens, but also in terms of that early intervention and support for carers.
Great, thank you. And in relation to that research or already additional research, do you have a breakdown by age of for carers? So whether it was adult or young carers, or did it go into that level of detail?
I have to take that on. It's a little while since I looked at the research report. Sorry, there is quite a bit of detail in there. The area that would be affected by, while I'm thinking of it, is it's obviously reliant on the extent to which we've captured that data in our system. I know that our data in relation to the age of the adult with disability or older person is pretty good, but we don't always necessarily capture the age of the what we call the subject of allegation, but I can take that on notice and come.
That'd be great, thank you. And just in relation to the voluntary assisted dying research that's been done, are you doing or have you done any further research into that, particularly the 70 to 79-year-old cohort that was referred to this morning?
No, and I appreciate that information that was provided. That's helpful for informing some of the work that we do. At this stage, in relation to voluntary assisted dying, we've got on our website information that we've put out to let the community know about matters that would be potentially reports to the ADC that would fit within our jurisdiction and the scope of our legislation, and provide some examples of those, but also to provide some guidance about how we would respond to those reports, so that we would treat them like we do any other matter that comes into us that relates, for example, to alleged coercion or undue influence of the older person or adult with disability, and that if the allegations relate to paid staff, then our responsibility would be to get it to the agency that has responsibility for responding to those matters. If they involve criminal allegations, we would refer them to police like we do other matters that we receive. And we focus primarily on allegations involving families, family members, informal carers and community members, and that critically, like we do with all of our other matters, our focus would be on understanding the views and wishes of the older person or adult with disability, the person at the centre of the matter. So we've put out information on essentially the types of matters that would be appropriate or that certainly the ADC could consider, how we would respond to those matters, and also to provide some key information about the central point that New South Wales Health has established to provide guidance to anyone really in relation to voluntary assisted dying. We've provided information also to that central point in New South Wales Health about our role in the types of matters that it would be appropriate for us that may be appropriate to provide to us, but at this stage that's been the extent of our work in this space, and it's been a good prompt for me to have a look at. I'm not aware that we've actually received any reports relating to voluntary assisted dying, but we'll have a look at that.
Thank you. And just in relation to the I suppose the increase or the calls that you've received and complaints that are made, what have been the areas or the trends for this year in particular? Or has there been a change from last year?
The interesting thing about the data particularly relating to reports about abuse, neglect and exploitation of adults with disability and older people is there's a lot of consistency from year to year. One of those key areas of consistency has been the growth. So we have year on year increase in demand, not just calls, but in the number of reports. One of the things that we are seeing that is not obviously reflected in just the data points is that the nature of the reports that we're receiving increasingly are about higher risk matters. So there's an increasing proportion of the reports that we're receiving that are being handled by our community supports and investigations area. So still the majority of the reports that we receive are dealt with solely by our helpline, providing information support, advice, linking people to supports. But an increasing volume are going across to our community supports and investigations area, which do kind of the more intensive and longer kind of areas of work, which create its own pressures. So increasing proportion of reports involving high risk that are obviously presenting some challenges for us in responding. One of the things that we have been particularly highlighting more recently is, I think, historically and still to a large extent is the case that abuse of older people is seen through the lens of elder abuse and abuse of adults with disability as abuse of people with disability, when in fact, you know, the majority of the reports that we are dealing with are domestic and family violence matters, but it's referred to as elder abuse, and abuse of it's actually not adequately recognised as being involving domestic and family violence. And I think that's there's a disconnect between on how some of the reports that we're handling are seen, that we're seeking to improve some of our own communications on that to give better life to that. And a key area for us that's actually endemic throughout our reports is coercive control, primarily obviously in a family context, because that's where the majority of the reports that we deal with are centred, but also in intimate partner relationships. So around 14% of the reports that we receive relate to abuse by spouses and intimate partners. So certainly we've done a lot of work as part of the coercive control reference group, but also just as part of the ADC, we've done a lot of work in the lead up to the offence to try to increase the awareness of coercive control in our populations and to upskill also police and justice agencies about recognising not just coercive control, but how that plays out for our cohorts, because while the features are many of the features are in common with coercive control for broader population and obviously women, there are some particular features, additional features in relation to older women and women with disability. That's a continuing piece of work for us. But those trends aren't necessarily reflected. We don't have a specific form of abuse that we label as coercive control. It goes across. It obviously comprises a whole range of different forms of abuse. But the trends in relation to the reports that we receive are largely really consistent, including heavy kind of gender feature in relation to older people, that consistently about 2/3 of the reports that we receive about older people are about older women, abuse of older women.
And just on that, the domestic and family violence, do you have the ability to be able to split that data, to be able to say these are actually should be treated as domestic and family violence?
Yeah,
and I suppose what's the process then to ensure that it's being addressed appropriately from a policy perspective?
Yeah, I think we've just been fortunate to engage a data analyst who is going to be able to do much more sophisticated things with the data than what I personally am able to do. And we know that the data that we hold, one, it's quite unique data, not just in New South Wales, but also in Australia, and that it's really rich data, and we really haven't, we report very kind of consistent data points at the moment, but there's a lot of information, there's a lot more that we can be doing with our data and that we will start to be doing over the next year, and that's one of the areas for us. I think our own communication about the fact that many of these are, actually the majority of these are domestic and family violence, there's a piece there for us to do exactly as you've pointed to, which is to pull out those matters. And really for us, I mean, the majority of them are that, so it's really pulling out the ones that are slightly different to that occur in a slightly different context.
Okay. And the other thing is just in relation to where there's been an increase in complaints by geography, if there are any particular areas that there's been a spike.
Yeah, there's a piece of work that we have done previously where we used our data over a 3-year period, 2020 to 2022, and broke that down by LGA and did what we call community profiles. They're available on our website. So really kind of putting out data reports that highlighted for this particular LGA, or if the numbers were too low across a region, this is the number of reports, and breaking that down by the proportion relating to older people, gender, Aboriginal and multicultural community status, and also linking that to what the census data say about the population in that LGA. We're just about to, so we just released kind of our 5-year data overall recently, and we're just about to start that work to refresh those community profiles to reflect kind of the data over that 5-year period. It does provide us, it helps us in conversations obviously with local councils and those local communities around, as the committee may be aware, we support at the moment 19 local community abuse prevention collaboratives, which are essentially interagencies that exist in local communities. That data, that breaking it down by LGA, assists us to be able to better understand where there's underreporting, where there's a high proportion of reports, and areas where that may lend themselves to having an abuse prevention collaborative established that we can work with council and local health services on.
And just finally, do you have a time frame for the data that you're, I suppose, crossing over from your 5-year to be more current? What's the time frame for that to be released?
For the community profiles?
Yep.
We're just about to start it, so certainly before the end of the year that data will be available, and it'll be public. It'll be on our website. Publicly.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. Ms Campbell, this may be a question you can help me with, talking about longer timeframes for funding. The Aboriginal Women's Advisory Network, I understand, was established 2 years ago. It works to improve the safety and well-being of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. They're an initiative to support the Closing the Gap Target 13. They currently receive short-term funding. Do you know if there's any opportunity for them to receive longer-term funding to support the work they do?
Yeah, they've been funded under the National Partnership Agreement, and as I said earlier, that's typically been either 1 year or 2 years, so that's where they've been funded through. So given the decision from National Cabinet last week, we're hopeful with a longer term funding agreement under the National Partnership Agreement, we'll be looking at all the services that are funded through that particular thing.
Right. And the work that flows out of National Cabinet, comes under the purview of your working group, does it, Mr Tidwell?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And just with respect to that, are you able to indicate whether all the members have been able to attend all of the meetings so far? The task force.
Yes, I believe. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, no, I understand it.
I'm just thinking.
I can't remember what I did yesterday.
No, I can remember where I've been. I'm just speaking on behalf of thinking around that room.
I think that there's been a couple of occasions where a formal delegate has been provided, but both the chairs have been at each meeting.
Great.
Chair, I certainly, and Ms Boyd have certainly been at each meeting, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. A question in relation to women and children with disability, really flowing from the Disability Royal Commission. Has any consideration been given to broadening legislative definitions of family and domestic violence, really picking up what Ms Mackenzie was raising in a sense, to include relationships in which people with disability experience family and domestic violence, which would include carer and support worker relationships, disability-based violence and abuse, and all domestic settings, including supported accommodation such as group homes, respite centres and boarding houses. Has any thought or work been done around this?
I'm sure there's been a lot of thought around it. I'd need to take on notice a specific response to that.
Yeah, no. And look, I would be very interested in the response, because I completely understand why this would be appropriate, but you also don't want to dilute definitions either. So I'd be very interested with the response. And I understand the centre in the southwest that we were talking about before, that's the contract is with Settlement International, I believe.
Yeah, Settlement Services.
Thank you. Is that the only place or service that focuses on domestic violence services for called and multicultural communities, or are there other services?
There would be other services.
Right. Would you be able to, on notice, provide a list of what those services were and where they were located?
Yeah, happy to.
That would be great. Thank you very much. And if I could just for clarity, circle back to an issue we were discussing this morning in relation to who's doing what work. So, Ms. White, I understand that the Premier in the Cabinet Office has a task force that's looking at LGBTIQA plus issues and sport, is that right?
So I think what the Minister was covering is that under the Premier's Department, they're establishing an LGBTQI plus advisory council. So there's been an expression of interest process that has recently been closed, and they're working through the membership of that. And so that group will be tasked with providing advice and input on inclusive practice and inclusion strategy. I think in respect to some of your questions...
In sport or more broadly?
More broadly,
yes.
An overall approach.
Yes.
And so I think in your question you were asking specifically about sports issues, and so I don't have direct evidence on the Office of Sport programs or work, but the Minister provided advice that there was some specific analysis by the Office of Sport.
And are you or is somebody else able to take on notice? Because I understand, I think this is a difficult question, but it's a question that the community is asking us to think deeply about and provide appropriate frameworks. Is there a consultative group of cisgender women that would feed into this policy-making process as well?
What I spoke about earlier today was that the Minister also has a Women's Council, and that has a diverse representation, including cis women, as well as a range of representatives, including cold and Aboriginal representation. And so that group has a wide scope in the context of the women's strategy and key priorities in respect of women and gender. So
I guess what I'm really asking is there anybody who's pulling all the voices together to try and work through this issue so that we can develop strategies where, as the Minister indicated, all women feel safe, because it's clear that at the moment not all women feel safe at all times. And if we can develop those strategies, and I'm just wondering who actually, if anybody, is responsible for that work.
So the Women's Advisory Council have developed a strategic plan. So they went through quite a rigorous process of that and came up with probably 100 priorities they wanted to get through in the first year.
Yes.
This issue was not raised. In my time as 5 years as Director of Women New South Wales, we've received campaign-type representations about this issue, but I cannot recall an individual making contact about a specific issue that they felt unsafe about, or about sport, whether it was feeling unsafe playing against a trans person, or feeling that they hadn't placed or won something because they were playing against a trans person. So we don't have representations about this issue.
So you're saying you don't believe that this is an issue?
No, I believe that people are saying they feel unsafe, but I'm not getting any sort of individual issues about specific matters that we can work through.
Would you have any information about the age bands of people who contact you about issues?
We get a range of... The majority of issues raised with us are about women's safety, so specifically domestic and family violence, issues around employment, issues about, starting a business. So they're the sort of issues that we get representations about.
Because a lot of this seems to be an issue, in my experience, a small sample space, admittedly, of great concern for young women in the sort of 16 to 24 age group. And I'm wondering whether that's a demographic that thinks to reach out to you, and I'm wondering how active are you in the social media channels that they use, advising that they can reach out to you about these issues?
So we have, we use Instagram. So Women New South Wales has traditionally Facebook, which is an older audience, but we do use Instagram. When we consulted on the women's strategy, we were very specific about ensuring that we connected with young women. And again, this definitely didn't come up as a top issue.
And so, am I correct to summarise that because this hasn't been flagged and because there is, I think you said 100 priorities?
No, I was saying that they wanted to work, probably would have worked through 100 if we'd let them. So I suppose what I'm saying is, of all of the issues that come to us, there are a staggering amount of issues to work through, and this hasn't come up as a significant priority.
And so therefore there's a group within the Cabinet Office that will be informing the Premier about inclusivity for LGBTIQ8+, but there isn't a group that will be speaking on behalf of cisgender women in the same space.
So I don't think there's a group that will just be talking from the perspective of women who were born women biologically, no.
Okay, and if we're going to have a real conversation about these issues, don't we need that?
Well, I suppose that's what I'm saying, is that it hasn't come up as, it's not coming to me as an issue, or to Women New South Wales as something that we need to deal with immediately, or that there's a high priority to deal with this matter.
I mean, I entirely accept that advice. I find it intriguing given what's coming to me. Thank you.
And I'm happy for you if you've got any specific issues, and for those to be passed on for us to look at.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that invitation. Thank you.
I think that's me done. I've only got one question. And just in relation to the definition of domestic setting for domestic and family violence, does that include also group homes, respite centres and boarding houses?
I'd need to just take that on notice to give you a 100% accurate answer.
Yep, that's fine. I think that's, I think the rest can be put on notice, on supplementary. And Crossbench have also finished their questions for the afternoon. Any questions from government members or member?
No, I think we're all good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, that concludes the hearing for this portfolio. So thank you very much again for coming, and also for, particularly for a number of you who have appeared at a number of the hearings. Thank you very much for doing so.
Thank you. Thank you.